Section 16 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 1, Section 16. Some men are wealthy. They own a carriage drawn by a pair of high-stepping horses and driven by a coachman in stylish livery, and as they pass by, leaning back on comfortable cushions, they become the object of many an envious glance. Sometimes, however, the coachman has taken a drop too much, and upsets the carriage. Perhaps the horses run away and a general smash ensues. Or maybe the hitherto fortunate owner, in a moment of absent-mindedness, misses the step and fractures his leg on the curbstone. Such accidents occur every day, and their long list should make humble foot passengers bless the lowly lot which preserves them from such peril. On learning the misfortune that had befallen Monsieur d'Escorval, Lecoq's face wore such an expression of consternation that the doorkeeper could not help laughing. "What is there so very extraordinary about that I've told you?" he asked. Nothing." The detective did not speak the truth. The fact is, he had just been struck by the strange coincidence of two events: the supposed murderer's attempted suicide and the magistrate's fall. Still, he did not allow the vague presentiment that flitted through his mind to assume any definite form. For, after all, what possible connection could there be between the two occurrences? Then again, he never allowed himself to be governed by prejudice, nor had he, as yet, enriched his formulary with an axiom he afterwards professed: "Distrust all circumstances that seem to favor your secret wishes." Of course, Lecoq did not rejoice at Monsieur d'Escorval's accident. Could he have prevented it, he would have gladly done so. Still, he could not help saying to himself that this stroke of misfortune would free him from all further connection with a man whose superciliousness and disdain had been painfully disagreeable to his feelings. This thought caused a sensation of relief, almost one of light-heartedness. "In that case," said the young detective to the doorkeeper, "I shall have nothing to do here this morning." "You must be joking," was the reply. "Does the world stop moving because one man is disabled? The news only arrived an hour ago, but all the urgent business that Monsieur d'Escorval had in charge has already been divided among the other magistrates. I came here about that terrible affair that occurred the other night just beyond the Barriere de Fontainebleau." "Ah, why didn't you say so at once? A messenger has been sent to the prefecture after you already. Monsieur Segmuller has charge of the case, and he is waiting for you." Doubt and perplexity were plainly written on Lecoq's forehead. He was trying to remember the magistrate that bore this name, and wondered whether he was a likely man to espouse his views. "Yes," resumed the doorkeeper, who seemed to be in a talkative mood. "Monsieur Segmuller, you don't seem to know him. He is a worthy man, not quite so grim as most of our gentlemen. A prisoner he examined said one day, 'That devil there has pumped me so well that I shall certainly have my head chopped off, but nevertheless he's a good fellow.'" His heart somewhat lightened by these favorable reports, Lecoq went in and tapped at the door that was indicated to him, and which bore the number 22. "Come in," called a pleasant voice. The young detective entered, and found himself face to face with a man of some 40 years of age, tall and rather corpulent, who at once exclaimed: "Ah, you are Lecoq. Very well, take a seat. I am busy just now looking over the papers of the case, but I will attend to you in 5 minutes." Lecoq obeyed, at the same time glancing furtively at the magistrate with whom he was about to work. Monsieur Segmuller's appearance corresponded perfectly with the description given by the doorkeeper. His plump face wore an air of frankness and benevolence, and his blue eyes had a most pleasant expression. Nevertheless, Lecoq distrusted these appearances, and in so doing he was right. Born near Strasbourg, Monsieur Segmuller possessed that candid physiognomy common to most of the natives of blonde Alsace, a deceitful mask which, behind seeming simplicity, not unfrequently conceals a Gascon cunning, rendered all the more dangerous since it is allied with extreme caution. He had a wonderfully alert, penetrating mind, but his system, every magistrate has his own, was mainly good humor. Unlike most of his colleagues, who were as stiff and cutting in manner as the sword which the statue of justice usually holds in her hand, he made simplicity and kindness of demeanor his leading trait, though of course without ever losing sight of his magisterial duties. Still, the tone of his voice was so paternal, and the subtle purport of his questions so veiled by his seeming frankness, that most of those whom he examined forgot the necessity of protecting themselves, and unawares confessed their guilt. Thus it frequently happened that while some unsuspecting culprit was complacently congratulating himself upon getting the best of the judge, the poor wretch was really being turned inside out like a glove. By the side of such a man as Monsieur Segmuller, a grave and slender clerk would have excited distrust, so he had chosen one who was a caricature of himself. This clerk's name was Joguet. He was short but corpulent, and his broad, beardless face habitually wore a silly smile, not out of keeping with his intellect, which was none of the brightest. As stated above, when Lecoq entered Monsieur Segmuller's room, the latter was busy studying the case which had so unexpectedly fallen into his hands. All the articles which the young detective had collected, from the flakes of wool to the diamond earring, were spread out upon the magistrate's desk. With the greatest attention he perused the report prepared by Lecoq, and according to the different phases of the affair, he examined one or another of the objects before him, or else consulted the plan of the ground. A good half-hour elapsed before he had completed his inspection, when he threw himself back in his armchair. "Monsieur Lecoq," he said slowly, "Monsieur d'Escorval has informed me by a note on the margin of this file of papers that you are an intelligent man, and that we can trust you." "I am willing, at all events." "You speak too slightingly of yourself. This is the first time that an agent has brought me a report as complete as yours. You are young, and if you persevere, I think you will be able to accomplish great things in your profession." Nervous with delight, Lecoq bowed and stammered his thanks. "Your opinion in this matter coincides with mine," continued Monsieur Segmuller, "and the public prosecutor informs me that Monsieur d'Escorval shares the same views. An enigma is before us, and it ought to be solved." "Oh, we'll solve it, I'm certain, sir," exclaimed Lecoq, who at this moment felt capable of the most extraordinary achievements. Indeed, he would have gone through fire and water for the magistrate who had received him so kindly, and his enthusiasm sparkled so plainly in his eyes that Monsieur Segmuller could not restrain a smile. "I have strong hopes of it myself," he responded, "but we are far from the end. Now, what have you been doing since yesterday? Did Monsieur d'Escorval give you any orders? Have you obtained any fresh information?" "I don't think I have wasted my time," replied Lecoq, who at once proceeded to relate the various facts that had come to his knowledge since his departure from the Poivriere. With rare precision, and that happiness of expression which seldom fails a man well acquainted with his subject, he recounted the daring feats of the presumed accomplice, the points he had noted in the supposed murderer's conduct, the latter's unsuccessful attempt at self-destruction. He repeated the testimony given by the cab driver and by the concierge in the Rue de Bourgogne, and then read the letter he had received from Father Absinthe. In conclusion, he placed on the magistrate's desk some of the dirt he had scraped from the prisoner's feet, at the same time depositing beside it a similar parcel of dust collected on the floor of the cell in which the murderer was confined at the Barrière d'Italie. When Lecoq had explained the reasons that had led him to collect this soil, and the conclusions that might be drawn from a comparison of the two parcels, Monsieur Segmuller, who had been listening attentively, at once exclaimed: "You are right. It may be that you have discovered a means to confound all the prisoner's denials. At all events, this is certainly a proof of surprising sagacity on your part." "So it must have been, for Joguin, the clerk, nodded approvingly. "Capital," he murmured. "I should never have thought of that." While he was talking, Monsieur Segmuller had carefully placed all the so-called articles of conviction in a large drawer, from which they would not emerge until the trial. "Now," said he, "I understand the case well enough to examine the Widow Chupin. We may gain some information from her." He was laying his hand upon the bell when Lecoq stopped him with an almost supplicating gesture. "I have one great favor to ask you, sir," he observed. "What is it? Speak." "I should very much like to be present at this examination. It takes so little sometimes to awaken a happy inspiration. Although the law says that the accused shall first of all be privately examined by the investigating magistrate assisted by his clerk, it also allows the presence of police agents. Accordingly, Monsieur Segmuller told Lecoq that he might remain. At the same time he rang his bell, which was speedily answered by a messenger. "Has the Widow Chupin been brought here in compliance with my orders?" asked Monsieur Segmuller. "Yes, sir. She is in the gallery outside." "Let her come in, then." An instant later the hostess of the Poivriere entered the room, bowing to the right and to the left. This was not her first appearance before a magistrate, and she was not ignorant of the respect that is due to justice. Accordingly, she had arrayed herself for her examination with the utmost care. She had arranged her rebellious grey locks in a smooth bandeau, and her garments, although of common material, looked positively neat. She had even persuaded one of the prison warders to buy her, with the money she had about her at the time of her arrest, a black crepe cap and a couple of white pocket handkerchiefs, intending to deluge the latter with her tears should the situation call for a pathetic display. She was indeed far too knowing to rely solely on the mere artifices of dress. Hence she had also drawn upon her repertoire of grimaces for an innocent, sad, and yet resigned expression, well fitted, in her opinion, to win the sympathy and indulgence of the magistrate upon whom her fate would depend. Thus disguised, with downcast eyes and honeyed voice, she looked so unlike the terrible termagant of the Poivriere that her customers would scarcely have recognized her. Indeed, an honest old bachelor might have offered her 20 francs a month to take charge of his chambers, solely on the strength of her good looks. But Monsieur Segmuller had unmasked so many hypocrites that he was not deceived for a moment. "What an old actress!" he muttered to himself, and, glancing at Lecoq, he perceived the same thought sparkling in the young detective's eyes. It is true that the magistrate's penetration may have been due to some notes he had just perused, notes containing an abstract of the woman's former life, and furnished by the chief of police at the magistrate's request. With a gesture of authority, Monsieur Segmuller warned Joguin, the clerk, with a silly smile, to get his writing materials ready. He then turned toward the Widow Chupin. "Your name?" he asked in a sharp tone. "Aspasie Claperty, my maiden name," replied the old woman, "and today the Widow Chupin at your service, sir." So saying, she made a low courtesy, and then added, A lawful widow, you understand, sir. I have my marriage paper safe in my chest at home, and if you wish to send anyone. Your age? Interrupted the magistrate. 54. Your profession? Dealer in wines and spirits outside of Paris, near the Rue Chateau Rentier, just beyond the fortifications. A prisoner's examination always begins with these questions as to individuality, which gives both the magistrate and the culprit time to study each other, to try, as it were, each other's strength, before joining in a serious struggle, just as two duelists about to engage in mortal combat first try a few passes with the foils. Now, resumed Monsieur Segmuller, we will note your antecedents. Have you not already been found guilty of several offences? The widow Chupin was too well versed in criminal procedure to be ignorant of those famous records which render the denial of identity with such a difficult matter in France. I have been unfortunate, my good judge, she whined. Yes, several times. First of all, you were arrested on a charge of receiving stolen goods. But it was proved that I was innocent, that my character was whiter than snow. My poor dear husband had been deceived by his comrades, that was all. Possibly. But while your husband was undergoing his sentence, you were condemned, first to 1 month and then to 3 months imprisonment for stealing. Oh, I had some enemies who did their best to ruin me. Next, you were imprisoned for having led some young girls astray. They were good-for-nothing hussies, my kind sir, heartless, unprincipled creatures. I did them many favours, and then they went and related a batch of falsehoods to ruin me. I have always been too kind and considerate towards others. The list of the woman's offences was not exhausted, but Monsieur Segmuller thought it useless to continue. Such is your old past, he resumed. At the present time your wine shop is the resort of rogues and criminals. Your son is undergoing his 4th term of imprisonment, and it has been clearly proved that you abetted and assisted him in his evil deeds. Your daughter-in-law by some miracle has remained honest and industrious, hence you have tormented and abused her to such an extent that the authorities have been obliged to interfere. When she left your house you tried to keep her child, no doubt meaning to bring it up after the same fashion as its father. This, thought the widow Chupin, is the right moment to try and soften the magistrate's heart. Accordingly, she drew one of her new handkerchiefs from her pocket, and by dint of rubbing her eyes, endeavoured to extract a tear. Oh, unhappy me, she groaned. How can anyone imagine that I would harm my grandson, my poor little Toto? Why, I should be worse than a wild beast to try and bring my own flesh and blood to perdition. She soon perceived, however, that her lamentations did not much affect Monsieur Segmuller. Hence, suddenly changing both her tone and manner, she began her justification. She did not positively deny her past, but she threw all the blame on the injustice of destiny, which, favoring a few, generally the less deserving, showed no mercy to others. Alas, she was one of those who had had no luck in life, having always been persecuted despite her innocence. In this last affair, for instance, how was she to blame? A triple murder had stained her shop with blood, but the most respectable establishments are not exempt from similar catastrophes. During her solitary confinement she had, says she, dived down into the deepest recesses of her conscience, and she was still unable to discover what blame could justly be laid at her door. I can tell you, interrupted the magistrate, you are accused of impeding the action of the law. Good heavens, is it possible? And of seeking to defeat justice. This is equivalent to complicity, Widow Chupin. Take care. When the police entered your cabin after this crime had been committed, you refused to answer their questions. I told them all that I knew. Very well, then, you must repeat what you told them to me. Monsieur Segmuller had reason to feel satisfied. He had conducted the examination in such a way that the widow Chupin would now have to initiate a narrative of the tragedy. This excellent point gained, for this shrewd old woman, possessed of all her coolness, would naturally have been on her guard against any direct questions. Now it was essential that she should not suspect either what the magistrate knew of the affair or what he was ignorant of. By leaving her to her own devices, she might, in the course of the version which she proposed to substitute for the truth, not merely strengthen Lecoq's theories, but also let fall some remark calculated to facilitate the task of future investigation. Both Monsieur Segmuller and Lecoq were of the opinion that the version of the crime which they were about to hear had been concocted at the station house of the Place d'Italie while the murderer and the spurious drunkard were left together, and that it had been transmitted by the accomplice to the widow during the brief conversation they were allowed to have through the wicket of the latter's cell. Invited by the magistrate to recount the circumstances of the tragedy, Mother Chupin did not hesitate for a moment. "Oh, it was a very simple affair, my good sir," she began. "I was sitting by my fireside on Sunday evening, when suddenly the door opened and 3 men and 2 women came in." Monsieur Segmuller and the young detective exchanged glances. The accomplice had evidently seen Lecoq and his comrade examining the footprints, and accordingly the presence of the 2 women was not to be denied. "What time was this?" asked the magistrate. "About 11 o'clock." "Go on." "As soon as they sat down they ordered a bowl of wine à la Frangaise. Without boasting, I may say that I haven't an equal in preparing that drink. Of course I waited on them, and afterward, having a blouse to mend for my boy, I went upstairs to my room, which is just over the shop." "Leaving the people alone?" "Yes, my judge." "That showed a good deal of confidence on your part." The widow sadly shook her head. "People as poor as I am don't fear the thieves," she sighed. Go on, go on." "Well, I had been upstairs for about half an hour, when I heard some one below call out, 'Hey, old woman!' So I went down and found a tall, big-bearded man who had just come in. He asked for a glass of brandy, which I brought to a table where he had sat down by himself." "And then did you go upstairs again?" interrupted the magistrate. The exclamation was ironical, of course, but no one could have told from Widow Chupin's placid countenance whether she was aware that such was the case. "Precisely, my good sir," she replied in the most composed manner. "Only this time I had scarcely taken up my needle when I heard a terrible uproar in the shop. I hurried downstairs to put a stop to it, but heaven knows my interference would have been of little use. The 3 men who had come in first of all had fallen upon the newcomer, and they were beating him, my good sir, they were killing him. I screamed. Just then the man who had come in alone drew a revolver from his pocket. He fired and killed one of his assailants, who fell to the ground. I was so frightened that I crouched on the staircase and threw my apron over my head that I might not see the blood run. An instant later Monsieur Gevrol arrived with his men. They forced open the door, and behold—" The Widow Chupin here stopped short. These wretched old women, who have trafficked in every sort of vice, and who have tasted every disgrace, at times attain a perfection of hypocrisy calculated to deceive the most subtle penetration. Anyone unacquainted with the antecedents of the landlady of the Poivriere would certainly have been impressed by her apparent candor, so skillfully did she affect a display of frankness, surprise, and fear. Her expression would have been simply perfect, had it not been for her eyes, her small gray eyes, as restless as those of a caged animal, and gleaming at intervals with craftiness and cunning. There she stood, mentally rejoicing at the success of her narrative, for she was convinced that the magistrate placed implicit confidence in her revelations, although during her recital, delivered by the way with conjurer-like volubility, Not a muscle of Monsieur Segmuller's face had betrayed what was passing in his mind. When she paused, out of breath, he rose from his seat, and without a word approached his clerk to inspect the notes taken during the earlier part of the examination. From the cover where he was quietly seated, Lecoq did not cease watching the prisoner. "She thinks that it's all over," he muttered to himself. "She fancies that her deposition is accepted without question." If such were indeed the widow's opinion, she was soon to be undeceived, for after addressing a few low-spoken words to the smiling Joguet, Monsieur Segmuller took a seat near the fireplace, convinced that the moment had now come to abandon defensive tactics, and open fire on the enemy's position. "So, Widow Chupin," he began, "you tell us that you didn't remain for a single moment with the people who came into your shop that evening?" "Not a moment. They came in and ordered what they wanted, you waited on them, and then left them to themselves?" "Yes, my good sir." "It seems to me impossible that you didn't overhear some words of their conversation. What were they talking about?" "I am not in the habit of playing spy over my customers." "Didn't you hear anything?" "Nothing at all." The magistrate shrugged his shoulders with an air of commiseration. "In other words," he remarked, "you refuse to inform justice." "Oh, my good sir!" "Allow me to finish. All these improbable stories about leaving the shop and mending your son's clothes in your bedroom are so many inventions. You have concocted them so as to be able to say to me, 'I didn't see anything, I didn't hear anything.' If such is your system of defense, I warn you that it will be impossible for you to maintain it, and I may add that it would not be admitted by any tribunal." "It is not a system of defense, it is the truth." Monsieur Segmuller seemed to reflect for a moment. Then suddenly he exclaimed: "Then you have nothing to tell me about this miserable assassin?" "But he is not an assassin, my good sir." "What do you mean by such an assertion?" "I mean that he only killed the others in protecting himself. They picked a quarrel with him. He was alone against three, and saw very plainly that he could not expect no mercy from brigands who—" The color rose to the Widow Chupin's cheeks, and she suddenly checked herself, greatly embarrassed, and evidently regretting that she had not bridled her tongue. It is true she might reasonably hope that the magistrate had imperfectly heard her words, and had failed to seize their full purport, for 2 or 3 red-hot coals having fallen from the grate on the hearth, he had taken up the tongs, and seemed to be engrossed in the task of artistically arranging the fire. "Who can tell me, who can prove to me that, on the contrary, it was not this man who first attacked the others?" he murmured thoughtfully. "I can," stoutly declared the widow, already forgetful of her prudent hesitation. "I can swear it." Monsieur Segmuller looked up, intense astonishment written upon his face. "How can you know that?" he said slowly. "How can you swear it? You were in your bedroom when the quarrel began." Silent and motionless in his corner, Lecoq was inwardly jubilant. This was a most happy result, he thought, but a few questions more, and the old woman would be obliged to contradict herself. What she had already said sufficed to show that she must have a secret interest in the matter, or else she would never have been so imprudently earnest in defending the prisoner. "However, you have probably been led to this conclusion by your knowledge of the murderer's character," remarked Monsieur Segmuller. "You are apparently well acquainted with him." "Oh, I had never set eyes on him before that evening." "But he must have been in your establishment before?" "Never in his life." "Oh, oh! Then how do you explain that on entering the shop while you were upstairs, this unknown person, this stranger, should have called out, 'Here, old woman'? Did he merely guess that the establishment was kept by a woman, and that this woman was no longer young?" He did not say that. Reflect a moment. You yourself just told me so. Oh, I didn't say that, I'm sure, my good sir. Yes, you did, and I will prove it by having your evidence read. Joguet, read the passage, if you please. The smiling clerk looked back through his minutes, and then, in his clearest voice, he read these words, taken down as they fell from the widow Chupin's lips. I had been upstairs about half an hour when I heard someone below call out, "O woman!" So I went down, etc., etc. Are you convinced? Asked Monsieur Segmuller. The old offender's assurance was sensibly diminished by this proof of her prevarication. However, instead of discussing the subject any further, the magistrate glided over it as if he did not attach much importance to the incident. And the other men, he resumed, those who were killed, did you know them? No, good sir, no more than I knew Adam and Eve. And were you not surprised to see three men utterly unknown to you, and accompanied by two women enter your establishment? Sometimes chance. Come, you do not think of what you are saying. It was not chance that brought these customers in the middle of the night to a wine shop with a reputation like yours, an establishment situated far from any frequented route in the midst of a desolate waste. I am not a sorceress, I say what I think. Then you did not even know the youngest of the victims, the man who was attired as a soldier, he who was named Gustave? Not at all. Monsieur Segmuller noted the intonation of this response, and then slowly added, but you must have heard of one of Gustave's friends, a man called Lacheneur? On hearing this name, the landlady of the Poivriere became visibly embarrassed, and it was in an altered voice that she stammered, Lacheneur, no, I have never heard that name mentioned. Still, despite her denial, the effect of Monsieur Segmuller's remark was evident, and Lecoq secretly vowed that he would find this Lacheneur at any cost. Did not the articles of conviction comprise a letter sent by this man to Gustave, and written, so Lecoq had reason to believe, in a café on the Boulevard Beaumarchais? With such a clue and a little patience, the mysterious Lacheneur might yet be discovered. Now, continued Monsieur Segmuller, let us speak of the women who accompanied these unfortunate men. What sort of women were they? Oh, women of no account whatever. Were they well dressed? On the contrary, very miserably. Well, give me a description of them. They were tall and powerfully built, and indeed, as it was Shrove Sunday, I first of all took them for men in disguise. They had hands like shoulders of mutton, gruff voices, and very black hair. They were as dark as mulattoes. Enough, interrupted the magistrate. I require no further proof of your mendacity. These women were short, and one of them was remarkably fair. I swear to you, my good sir. Do not declare it upon oath. I shall be forced to confront you with an honest man, who will tell you to your face that you are a liar. The widow did not reply, and there was a moment's silence. Monsieur Segmuller determined to deal a decisive blow. Do you also affirm that you had nothing of compromising character in the pocket of your apron? He asked. Nothing. You may have it examined. It was left in the house. Then you still persist in your system, resumed Monsieur Segmuller. Believe me, you are wrong. Reflect, it rests with you to go to the Assize Court as a witness or an accomplice. Although the widow seemed crushed by this unexpected blow, the magistrate did not add another word. Her deposition was read over to her, she signed it, and was then led away. Monsieur Segmuller immediately seated himself at his desk, filled up a blank form, and handed it to his clerk, saying, "This is an order for the governor of the depot. Tell him to send the supposed murderer here at once." End of section 16. Recording by Pentti Hirvonen, Finland. Section 17 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau. Part 1, Section 17. If it is difficult to extort a confession from a man interested in preserving silence and persuaded that no proofs can be produced against him, it is a yet more arduous task to make a woman similarly situated speak the truth. As they say at the Palais de Justice, one might as well try to make the devil confess. The examination of the widow Chupin had been conducted with the greatest possible care by Monsieur Segmuller, who was as skilful in managing his questions as a tried general in maneuvering his troops. However, all that he had discovered was that the landlady of the Poivriere was conniving with the murderer. The motive of her connivance was yet unknown, and the murderer's identity still a mystery. Both Monsieur Segmuller and Lecoq were nevertheless of the opinion that the old hag knew everything. It is almost certain, remarked the magistrate, that she was acquainted with the people who came to her house, with the women, the victims, the murderer, with all of them, in fact. I am positive as regards that fellow Gustave. I read it in her eyes. I am also convinced that she knows Lacheneur, the man upon whom the dying soldier breathed vengeance, the mysterious personage who evidently possesses the key to the enigma. That man must be found. Ah, replied Lecoq, and I will find him, even if I have to question every one of the 1,100,000 men who constantly walk the streets of Paris. This was promising so much that the magistrate, despite his preoccupation, could not repress a smile. If this old woman would only decide to make a clean breast of it at her next examination, remarked Lecoq. Yes, but she won't. The young detective shook his head despondently. Such was his own opinion. He did not delude himself with false hopes, and he had noticed between the widow Chupin's eyebrows those furrows which, according to physiognomists, indicate a senseless, brutish obstinacy. Women never confess, resumed the magistrate, and even when they seemingly resign themselves to such a cause they are not sincere. They fancy they have discovered some means of misleading their examiner. On the contrary, evidence will crush the most obstinate man. He gives up the struggle and confesses. Now a woman scoffs at evidence. Show her the sun, tell her it's daytime. At once she will close her eyes and say to you, "No, it's night." Male prisoners plan and combine different systems of defense according to their social positions. The women, on the contrary, have but one system, no matter what may be their condition in life. They deny everything, persist in their denials even when the proof against them is overwhelming, and then they cry. When I worry the Chupin with disagreeable questions at her next examination, you may be sure she will turn her eyes into a fountain of tears. In his impatience, Monsieur Segmuller angrily stamped his foot. He had many weapons in his arsenal, but none strong enough to break a woman's dogged resistance. If I only understood the motive that guides this old hag, he continued, but not a clue. Who can tell me what powerful interest induces her to remain silent? Is it her own cause that she is defending? Is she an accomplice? Is it certain that she did not aid the murderer in planning an ambuscade? Yes, responded Lecoq slowly. Yes, this supposition very naturally presents itself to the mind. But think a moment, sir. Such a theory would prove that the idea we entertained a short time since is altogether false. If the widow Chupin is an accomplice, the murderer is not the person we have supposed him to be, he is simply the man he seems to be. This argument apparently convinced Monsieur Segmuller. What is your opinion? He asked. The young detective had formed his opinion a long while ago. But how could he, a humble police agent, venture to express any decided views when the magistrate hesitated? He understood well enough that his position necessitated extreme reserve. Hence it was in the most modest tone that he replied, "Might not the pretended drunkard have dazzled Mother Chupin's eyes with the prospect of a brilliant reward? Might he not have promised her a considerable sum of money?" He paused. Gauguin, the smiling clerk, had just returned. Behind him stood a private of the Garde de Paris, who remained respectfully on the threshold, his heels in a straight line, his right hand raised to the peak of his shako, and his elbow on a level with his eyes, in accordance with the regulations. "The governor of the depot," said the soldier, "sends me to inquire if he is to keep the widow Chupin in solitary confinement. She complains bitterly about it." Monsieur Segmuller reflected for a moment. "Certainly," he murmured, as if replying to an objection made by his own conscience. "Certainly it is an undoubted aggravation of suffering. But if I allow this woman to associate with the other prisoners, she will certainly find some opportunity to communicate with parties outside. This must not be. The interests of justice and truth must be considered first." The thought embodied in these last words decided him. Despite her complaints, the prisoner must be kept in solitary confinement until further orders, he said. The soldier allowed his right hand to fall to his side. He carried his right foot 3 inches behind his left heel and wheeled around. Gauguin, the smiling clerk, then closed the door, and drawing a large envelope from his pocket, handed it to the magistrate. "Here is a communication from the governor of the depot," said he. The magistrate broke the seal and read aloud as follows: "I feel compelled to advise Monsieur Segmuller to take every precaution with the view of assuring his own safety before proceeding with the examination of the prisoner May. Since his unsuccessful attempt at suicide, this prisoner has been in such a state of excitement that we have been obliged to keep him in a strait-waistcoat. He did not close his eyes all last night, and the guards who watched him expected every moment that he would become delirious. However, he did not utter a word. When food was offered him this morning, he resolutely rejected it, and I should not be surprised if it were his intention to starve himself to death. I have rarely seen a more determined criminal. I think him capable of any desperate act." "Ah!" exclaimed the clerk, whose smile had disappeared. "If I were in your place, sir, I would only let him in here with an escort of soldiers." "What? You, Gauguin, you, an old clerk, make such a proposition? Can it be that you are frightened?" "Frightened? No, certainly not, but—" "Nonsense!" interrupted Lecoq, in a tone that betrayed superlative confidence in his own muscles. "Am I not here?" If Monsieur Segmuller had seated himself at his desk, that article of furniture would naturally have served as a rampart between the prisoner and himself. For purposes of convenience, he usually did place himself behind it, but after Gauguin's display of fear, he would have blushed to have taken the slightest measure of self-protection. Accordingly, he went and sat down by the fireplace, as he had done a few moments previously while questioning the widow Chupin, and then ordered his doorkeeper to admit the prisoner alone. He emphasized this word, alone. A moment later the door was flung open with a violent jerk, and the prisoner entered, or rather precipitated himself into the room. Goguet turned pale behind his table, and Lecoq advanced a step forward, ready to spring upon the prisoner and pinion him should it be requisite. But when the latter reached the center of the room he paused and looked around him. "Where is the magistrate?" he inquired in a hoarse voice. "I am the magistrate," replied Monsieur Segmuller. "No, the other one." "What other one?" "The one who came to question me last evening." "He has met with an accident. Yesterday, after leaving you, he fell down and broke his leg." "Oh." "And I am to take his place." The prisoner was apparently deaf to the explanation. Excitement had seemingly given way to stupor. His features, hitherto contracted with anger, now relaxed. He grew pale and tottered, as if about to fall. "Compose yourself," said the magistrate in a benevolent tone. "If you are too weak to remain standing, take a seat." Already, with a powerful effort, the man had recovered his self-possession. A momentary gleam flashed from his eyes. "Many thanks for your kindness," he replied, "but this is nothing. I felt a slight sensation of dizziness, but it is over now." "Is it long since you have eaten anything?" "I have eaten nothing since that man," and so saying he pointed at Lecoq, "brought me some bread and wine at the station house." "Wouldn't you like to take something?" "No. And yet, if you would be so kind, I should like a glass of water." "Will you not have some wine with it?" "I should prefer pure water." His request was at once complied with. He drained a first glassful at a single draught. The glass was then replenished, and he drank again, this time, however, more slowly. One might have supposed that he was drinking in life itself. Certainly, when he laid down the empty glass, he seemed quite another man. End of section 17. Recording by Pertti Hirvonen, Finland. Section 18 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 1, Section 18. 18 out of every 20 criminals who appear before our investigating magistrates come prepared with a more or less complete plan of defense which they have conceived during their preliminary confinement. Innocent or guilty, they have resolved on playing some part or other, which they begin to act as soon as they cross the threshold of the room where the magistrate awaits them. The moment they enter his presence, the magistrate needs to bring all his powers of penetration into play, for such a culprit's first attitude as surely betrays his plan of defense as an index reveals a book's contents. In this case, however, Monsieur Segmuller did not think that appearances were deceitful. It seemed evident to him that the prisoner was not feigning, but that the excited frenzy which marked his entrance was as real as his after stupor. At all events, there seemed no fear of the danger the governor of the depot had spoken of, and accordingly Monsieur Segmuller seated himself at his desk. Here he felt stronger and more at ease, for his back being turned to the window, his face was half hidden in shadow, and in case of need he could, by bending over his papers, conceal any sign of surprise or discomfiture. The prisoner, on the contrary, stood in the full light, and not a movement of his features, not the fluttering of an eyelid, could escape the magistrate's attention. He seemed to have completely recovered from his indisposition, and his features assumed an expression which indicated either careless indifference or complete resignation. "Do you feel better?" asked Monsieur Segmuller. "I feel very well." I hope, continued the magistrate paternally, that in future you will know how to moderate your excitement. Yesterday you tried to destroy yourself. It would have been another great crime added to many others, a crime which. With a hasty movement of the hand the prisoner interrupted him. I have committed no crime, said he, in a rough but no longer threatening voice. I was attacked, and I defended myself. Anyone has a right to do that. There were 3 men against me. It was a great misfortune, and I would give my right hand to repair it. But my conscience does not reproach me that much. The prisoner's "that much" was a contemptuous snap of his finger and thumb. And yet I've been arrested and treated like an assassin, he continued. When I saw myself interred in that living tomb which you call a secret cell, I grew afraid. I lost my senses. I said to myself, my boy, they buried you alive, and it is better to die quickly if you don't wish to suffer. So I tried to strangle myself. My death wouldn't have caused the slightest sorrow to anyone. I have neither wife nor child depending upon me for support. However, my attempt was frustrated. I was bled, and then placed in a strait-waistcoat, as if I were a madman. Mad! I really believed I should become so. All night long the jailers sat around me like children amusing themselves by tormenting a chained animal. They watched me, talked about me, and passed the candle to and fro before my eyes. The prisoner talked forcibly, but without any attempt at oratorical display. There was bitterness, but not anger, in his tone. In short, he spoke with all the seeming sincerity of a man giving expression to some deep emotion or conviction. As the magistrate and the detective heard him speak, they were seized with the same idea. This man, they thought, is very clever. It won't be easy to get the better of him. Then, after a moment's reflection, Monsieur Segmuller added aloud, "This explains your first act of despair. But later on, for instance, even this morning, you refused to eat the food that was offered you." As the prisoner heard this remark, his lowering face suddenly brightened. He gave a comical wink, and finally burst into a hearty laugh, gay, frank, and sonorous. "That is quite another matter. Certainly I refused all they offered me, and now I will tell you why. As I had my hands confined in the strait-waistcoat, the jailer tried to feed me, just as a nurse tries to feed a baby with pap. Now I wasn't going to submit to that, so I closed my lips as tightly as I could. Then he tried to force my mouth open and push the spoon in, just as one might force a sick dog's jaws apart and pour some medicine down its throat. The deuce take his impertinence. I tried to bite him, that's the truth, and if I had succeeded in getting his finger between my teeth, it would have stayed there. However, because I wouldn't be fed like a baby, all the prison officials raised their hands to heaven in holy horror and pointed at me, saying, 'What a terrible man! What an awful rascal!' The prisoner seemed to thoroughly enjoy the recollection of the scene he had described, for now he burst into another hearty laugh, to the great amazement of Lecoq and the scandal of Joguien, the smiling clerk. Monsieur Segmuller also found it difficult to conceal his surprise. "You are too reasonable, I hope," he said at last, "to attach any blame to these men, who, in confining you in a strait-waistcoat, were merely obeying the orders of their superior officers with the view of protecting you from your own violent passions." "Hum," responded the prisoner, suddenly growing serious. "I do blame them, however, and if I had one of them in a corner. But never mind, I shall get over it. If I know myself aright, I have no more spite in my composition than a chicken." "Your treatment depends on your own conduct," rejoined Monsieur Segmuller. "If you will only remain calm, you shan't be put in a strait-waistcoat again. But you must promise me that you will be quiet and conduct yourself properly." The murderer sadly shook his head. "I shall be very prudent hereafter," said he, "but it is terribly hard to stay in prison with nothing to do. If I had some comrades with me we could laugh and chat, and the time would slip by. but it's positively horrible to have to remain alone, entirely alone in that cold, damp cell where not a sound can be heard." The magistrate bent over his desk to make a note. The word "comrades" had attracted his attention, and he proposed to ask the prisoner to explain it at a later stage of inquiry. "If you are innocent," he remarked, "you will soon be released. But it is necessary to prove your innocence." "What must I do to prove it?" "Tell the truth, the whole truth. Answer my questions honestly without reserve." "As for that, you may depend upon me." As he spoke, the prisoner lifted his hand, as if to call upon God to witness his sincerity. But Monsieur Segmuller immediately intervened. "Prisoners do not take the oath," said he. "Indeed?" ejaculated the man with an astonished air. "That's strange." Although the magistrate had apparently paid but little attention to the prisoner, he had in point of fact carefully noted his attitude, his tone of voice, his looks and gestures. Monsieur Segmuller had, moreover, done his utmost to set the culprit's mind at ease, to quiet all possible suspicion of a trap, and his inspection of the prisoner's person led him to believe that this result had been attained. "Now," said he, "you will give me your attention, and do not forget that your liberty depends upon your frankness. What is your name?" "May." "What is your Christian name?" "I have none." "That is impossible." "I have been told that already 3 times since yesterday," rejoined the prisoner impatiently. "And yet it's the truth. If I were a liar, I could easily tell you that my name was Peter, James, or John. But lying is not in my line. Really, I have no Christian name. If it were a question of surnames, it would be quite another thing. I have had plenty of them." "What were they?" "Let me see. To commence with, when I was with Father Fougas, I was called Affiloir, because, you see—" "Who was Father Fougas?" "The great wild beast tamer, sir. Ah, he could boast a menagerie and no mistake. Lions, tigers, and bears, serpents as big round as your thigh, parakeets of every color under the sun. Ah, it was a wonderful collection. But, unfortunately, was the man jesting, or was he in earnest? It was so hard to decide that Monsieur Segmuller and Lecoq were equally in doubt. As for Joguet, the smiling clerk, he chuckled to himself as his pen ran over the paper. "Enough," interrupted the magistrate. "How old are you?" 44 or 45 years of age." "Where were you born?" "In Brittany, probably." Monsieur Segmuller thought he could detect a hidden vein of irony in this reply. "I warn you," said he severely, "that if you go on in this way your chances of recovering your liberty will be greatly compromised. Each of your answers is a breach of propriety." As the supposed murderer heard these words, an expression of mingled distress and anxiety was apparent in his face. "Ah, I meant no offense, sir," he sighed. "You questioned me, and I replied. You will see that I have spoken the truth, if you will allow me to recount the history of the whole affair." End of section 18. Recorded by Pentti Hirvonen in Finland. Section 19 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 1, Section 19. When the prisoner speaks, the prosecution is enlightened. So runs an old proverb frequently quoted at Palais de Justice. It does indeed seem almost impossible for a culprit to say more than a few words in an investigating magistrate presence without betraying his intentions or his thoughts, without, in short, revealing more or less of the secret he is endeavoring to conceal. All criminals, even the most simple-minded, understand this, and those who are shrewd prove remarkably reticent. Confining themselves to the few facts upon which they have founded their defence, they are careful not to travel any further unless absolutely compelled to do so, and even then they only speak with the utmost caution. When questioned, they reply, of course, but always briefly, and they are very sparing of details. In the present instance, however, the prisoner was prodigal of words. He did not seem to think that there was any danger of his being the medium of accomplishing his own decapitation. He did not hesitate like those who are afraid of misplacing a word of the romance they are substituting for the truth. Under other circumstances, this fact would have been a strong argument in his favor. "You may tell your own story, then," said Monsieur Segmuller in answer to the prisoner's indirect request. The presumed murderer did not try to hide the satisfaction he experienced at thus being allowed to plead his own cause in his own way. His eyes sparkled and his nostrils dilated as if with pleasure. He sat himself down, threw his head back, passed his tongue over his lips as if to moisten them, and said, "Am I to understand that you wish to hear my history?" "Yes." "Then you must know that one day about 45 years ago, Father Tringlot, the manager of a traveling acrobatic company, was going from Gincamp to Saint-Brieuc in Brittany. He had with him 2 large vehicles containing his wife, the necessary theatrical paraphernalia, and the members of the company. Well, soon after passing Châtellerault, he perceived something white lying by the roadside near the edge of a ditch. 'I must go and see what that is,' he said to his wife. He stopped the horses, alighted from the vehicle he was in, went to the ditch, picked up the object he had noticed, and uttered a cry of surprise. You will ask me what he had found? Ah, good heavens, a mere trifle. He had found your humble servant, then about 6 months old." With these last words the prisoner made a low bow to his audience. "Naturally, Father Tringlot carried me to his wife. She was a kind-hearted woman. She took me, examined me, fed me, and said, 'He is a strong, healthy child, and we'll keep him, since his mother has been so wicked as to abandon him by the roadside. I will teach him, and in 5 or 6 years he will be a credit to us.' They then asked each other what name they should give me, and as it happened to be the 1st of May, they decided to call me after the month, and so it happens that May has been my name from that day to this." The prisoner paused again, and looked from one to another of his listeners, as if seeking some sign of approval. None being forthcoming, he proceeded with his story. Father Tringlot was an uneducated man, entirely ignorant of the law. He did not inform the authorities that he had found a child, and for this reason, although I was living, I did not legally exist, for, to have a legal existence, it is necessary that one's name, parentage, and birthplace should figure upon a municipal register. When I grew older, I rather congratulated myself of Father Tringlot's neglect. "May, my boy," said I, "you are not put down on any government register, consequently there's no fear of your ever being drawn as a soldier." I had a horror of the military service, and a positive dread of bullets and cannon balls. Later on, when I had passed the proper age for the conscription, a lawyer told me that I should get into all kinds of trouble if I showed a place on the civil register so late in the day, and so I decided to exist surreptitiously. And this is why I have no Christian name, and why I can't exactly say where I was born. If truth has any particular accent of its own, as moralists have asserted, the murderer had found that accent. Voice, gesture, glance, expression, all were in accord, not a word of his long story had rung false. "Now," said Monsieur Segmuller coldly, "what are your means of subsistence?" By the prisoner's discomfited mien one might have supposed that he had expected to see the prison doors fly open at the conclusion of his narrative. I have a profession, he replied plaintively. The one that mother-in-law taught me. I subsist by its practice, and I have lived by it in France and other countries. The magistrate thought he had found a flaw in the prisoner's armor. You say you have lived in foreign countries? He inquired. Yes, during the 17 years that I was with Monsieur Simpson's company. I travelled most of the time in England and in Germany. Then you are a gymnast and an athlete. How is it that your hands are so white and soft? Far from being embarrassed, the prisoner raised his hands from his lap and examined them with evident complacency. It is true they are pretty, said he, but this is because I take good care of them and scarcely use them. Do they pay you, then, for doing nothing? Ah, no, indeed. But, sir, my duty consists in speaking to the public, in turning a compliment, in making things pass off pleasantly, as the saying is, and without boasting, I flatter myself that I have a certain knack. Monsieur Segmuller stroked his chin, according to his habit, whenever he considered that the prisoner had committed some grave blunder. In that case, said he, will you give me a specimen of your talent? Aha! laughed the prisoner, evidently supposing this to be a jest on the part of the magistrate. Aha! Obey me, if you please, insisted Monsieur Segmuller. The supposed murderer made no objection. His face at once assumed a different expression, his features wearing a mingled air of impudence, conceit, and irony. He caught up a ruler that was lying on the magistrate's desk, and, flourishing it wildly, began as follows in a shrill falsetto voice. Silence, music! And you, big drum, hold your peace! Now is the hour, now is the moment, ladies and gentlemen, to witness the grand unique performance of these great artists, unequaled in the world for their feats upon the trapeze and the tightrope, and in innumerable other exercises of grace, suppleness, and strength. That is sufficient, interrupted the magistrate. You can speak like that in France, but what do you say in Germany? Of course, I use the language of that country. Let me hear, then, retorted Monsieur Segmuller, whose mother tongue was German. The prisoner ceased his mocking manner, assumed an air of comical importance, and without the slightest hesitation began to speak as follows in very emphatic tones. Mit Bewilligung der hochöblichen Obrigkeit wird heute von hiesiger ehrenwerten Bürgerschaft zum ersten Mal aufgeführt Genovesa oder. This opening of the prisoner's German harangue may thus be rendered. With the permission of the local authorities, there will now be presented before the honorable citizens for the first time Genevieve or the. Enough, said the magistrate harshly. He rose, perhaps to conceal his chagrin, and added, We will send for an interpreter to tell whether you speak English as fluently. On hearing these words, Lecoq modestly stepped forward. I understand English, said he. Very well, you hear, prisoner. But the man was already transformed. British gravity and apathy were written upon his features, and gestures were stiff and constrained, and in the most ponderous tones he exclaimed, Walk up, ladies and gentlemen, walk up! Long life to the Queen and to the honourable mayor of this town! No country, England excepted, our glorious England, could produce such a marvel, such a paragon. For a minute or two longer he continued in the same grain. Monsieur Segmuller was leaning upon his desk, his face hidden by his hands. Lecoq, standing in front of the prisoner, could not conceal his astonishment. Joguet, the smiling clerk, alone found the scene amusing. End of section 19. Recording by Pentti Hirvonen, Finland. Section 20 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 1, Section 20. The governor of the depot, a functionary who had gained the reputation of an oracle by 20 years' experience in prisons and with prisoners, a man whom it was most difficult to deceive, had advised the magistrate to surround himself with every precaution before examining the prisoner May. And yet this man, characterized as a most dangerous criminal, and the very announcement of whose coming had made the clerk turn pale, had proved to be a practical, harmless, and jovial philosopher, vain of his eloquence, a bohemian whose existence depended upon his ability to turn a compliment, in short, a somewhat erratic genius. This was certainly strange, but the seeming contradiction did not cause Monsieur Segmuller to abandon the theory propounded by Lecoq. On the contrary, he was more than ever convinced of its truth. If he remained silent, with his elbows leaning on the desk, and his hands clasped over his eyes, it was only that he might gain time for reflection. The prisoner's attitude and manner were remarkable. When his English harangue was finished, he remained standing in the center of the room, a half-pleased, half-anxious expression on his face. Still, he was as much at ease as if he had been on the platform outside some stroller's booth, where, if one could believe his story, he had passed the greater part of his life. It was in vain that the magistrate sought for some indication of weakness on his features, which in their mobility were more enigmatical than the lineaments of the Sphinx. Thus far, Monsieur Segmuller had been worsted in the encounter. It is true, however, that he had not as yet ventured on any direct attack, nor had he made use of any of the weapons which Lecoq had forged for his use. Still, he was none the less annoyed at his defeat, as it was easy to see by the sharp manner in which he raised his head after a few moments' silence. "I see that you speak 3 European languages correctly," said he. "It is a rare talent." The prisoner bowed and smiled complacently. "Still, that does not establish your identity," continued the magistrate. "Have you any acquaintances in Paris? Can you indicate any respectable person who will vouch for the truth of this story?" "Ah, sir, it is 17 years since I left France." "That is unfortunate, but the prosecution cannot content itself with such an explanation. What about your last employer, Monsieur Sanson? Who is he?" "Monsieur Sanson is a rich man," replied the prisoner rather coldly, "worth more than 200,000 francs, and honest besides. In Germany he traveled with a show of marionettes, and in England with a collection of phenomena to suit the tastes of that country." "Very well. Then this millionaire could testify in your favor. It would be easy to find him, I suppose?" "Certainly," responded May emphatically. "Monsieur Sanson would willingly do me this favor. It wouldn't be difficult for me to find him, only it would require considerable time." "Why?" "Because at the present moment he must be on his way to America. It was on account of this journey that I left his company. I detest the ocean." A moment previously Lecoq's anxiety had been so intense that his heart almost stopped beating. On hearing these last words, however, he regained all his self-possession. As for the magistrate, he merely greeted the murderer's reply with a brief but significant ejaculation. "When I say that he is on his way," resumed the prisoner, "I may be mistaken. He may not have started yet, though he had certainly made all his arrangements before we separated." "What ship was he to sail by?" "He did not tell me." "Where was he when you left him?" "At Leipzig." "When was this?" "Last Wednesday." Monsieur Segmuller shrugged his shoulders disdainfully. "So you say you were in Leipzig on Wednesday. How long have you been in Paris?" "Since Sunday afternoon at 4 o'clock." "It will be necessary to prove that." Judging by the murderer's contracted brow, it might be conjectured that he was making a strenuous effort to remember something. He cast questioning glances first towards the ceiling and then towards the floor, scratching his head and tapping his foot in evident perplexity. "How can I prove it? How?" he murmured. The magistrate did not appear disposed to wait. "Let me assist you," said he. "The people at the inn where you boarded while in Leipzig must remember you." "We did not stop at an inn." "Where did you eat and sleep, then?" "In Monsieur Simpson's large travelling carriage. It had been sold, but he was not to give it up until he reached the port he was to sail from." "What port was that?" "I don't know." At this reply, Lecoq, who had less experience than the magistrate in the art of concealing one's impressions, could not help rubbing his hands with satisfaction. The prisoner was plainly convicted of falsehood, indeed driven into a corner. "So you have only your own word to offer in support of this story?" inquired Monsieur Segmuller. "Wait a moment," said the prisoner, extending his arm as if to clutch at a still vague inspiration. "Wait a moment. When I arrived in Paris, I had with me a trunk containing my clothes. The linen is all marked with the first letter of my name, and besides some ordinary coats and trousers, there were a couple of costumes I used to wear when I appeared in public. Well, what have you done with all these things?" "When I arrived in Paris, I took the trunk to a hotel, close by the Northern Railway Station." "Go on. Tell us the name of this hotel," said Monsieur Segmuller, perceiving that the prisoner had stopped short, evidently embarrassed. "That's just what I'm trying to recollect. I've forgotten it. But I haven't forgotten the house. I fancy I can see it now, and if someone would only take me to the neighborhood, I should certainly recognize it. The people at the hotel would know me, and besides, my trunk would prove the truth of what I've told you." On hearing this statement, Lecoq mentally resolved to make a tour of investigation through the various hotels surrounding the Gare du Nord. "Very well," retorted the magistrate. "Perhaps we will do as you request. Now there are two questions I desire to ask. If you arrived in Paris at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, how did it happen that by midnight of the same day you had discovered the Poivriere, which is merely frequented by suspicious characters, and is situated in such a lonely spot that it would be impossible to find it at night time, if one were not familiar with the surrounding localities? In the second place, how does it happen, if you possess such clothing as you describe, that you are so poorly dressed?" The prisoner smiled at these questions. "I can easily explain that," he replied. "One's clothes are soon spoiled when one travels third class. So on leaving Leipzig I put on the worst things I had. When I arrived here, and felt my feet on the pavements of Paris, I went literally wild with delight. I acted like a fool. I had some money in my pocket, it was Shrove Sandy, and my only thought was to make a night of it. I did not think of changing my clothes, as I had formerly been in the habit of amusing myself round about the Barriere d'Italie. I hastened there and entered a wine shop. While I was eating a morsel, two men came in and began talking about spending the night at a ball at the Rainbow. I asked them to take me with them. They agreed, I paid their bills, and we started. But soon after our arrival there, these young men left me and joined the dancers. It was not long before I grew weary of merely looking on. Rather disappointed, I left the inn, and being foolish enough not to ask my way, I wandered on till I lost myself, while traversing a tract of unoccupied land. I was about to go back, when I saw a light in the distance. I walked straight toward it, and reached that cursed hovel." "What happened then?" "Oh, I went in, called for someone. A woman came downstairs, and I asked her for a glass of brandy. When she brought it, I sat down and lighted a cigar. Then I looked about me. The interior was almost enough to frighten one. 3 men and 2 women were drinking and chatting in low tones at another table. My face did not seem to suit them. One of them got up, came toward me, and said, "You are a police agent. You've come here to play the spy. That's very plain." I answered that I wasn't a police agent. He replied that I was. I again declared that I wasn't. In short, he swore that he was sure of it, and that my bird was false. So saying, he caught hold of my bird and pulled it. This made me mad. I jumped up, and with a blow of my fist I felled him to the ground. In an instant all the others were upon me. I had my revolver, you know the rest. And while this was going on, what were the two women doing? I was too busy to pay any attention to them. They disappeared. But you saw them when you entered the place. What were they like? Oh, they were big, ugly creatures, as tall as grenadiers and as dark as moles. Between plausible falsehood and improbable truth, justice, human justice and therefore liable to error, is compelled to decide as best it can. For the past hour, Monsieur Segmuller had not been free from mental disquietude. But all his doubts vanished when he heard the prisoner declare that the two women were tall and dark. If he had said the women were fair, Monsieur Segmuller would not have known what to believe. But, in the magistrate's opinion, the audacious falsehood he had just heard proved that there was a perfect understanding between the supposed murderer and Widow Chupin. Certainly, Monsieur Segmuller's satisfaction was great, but his face did not betray it. It was of the utmost importance that the prisoner should believe that he had succeeded in deceiving his examiner. "You must understand how necessary it is to find these women," said the magistrate kindly. "If their testimony corresponds with your allegations, your innocence will be proved conclusively." "Yes, I understand that. But how can I put my hand upon them?" "The police can assist you. Our agents are always at the service of prisoners who desire to make use of them in establishing their innocence. Did you make any observations which might aid in the discovery of these women?" Lecoq, whose eyes never wandered from the prisoner's face, fancied that he saw the faint shadow of a smile on the man's lips. "I remarked nothing," said the prisoner coldly. Monsieur Segmuller had opened the drawer of his desk a moment before. He now drew from it the earring which had been found on the scene of the tragedy, and handing it abruptly to the prisoner, he asked, "So you didn't notice this in the ear of one of the women?" The prisoner's imperturbable coolness of demeanor did not forsake him. He took the jewel in his hand, examined it attentively, held it up to the light, admired its brilliant scintillations, and said, "It is a very handsome stone, but I didn't notice it." "This stone," remarked the magistrate, "is a diamond." "Ah!" "Yes, and worth several thousand francs." "So much as that?" This exclamation may have been in accordance with the spirit of the part assumed by the prisoner, though at the same time its simplicity was undoubtedly far-fetched. It was strange that a nomad, such as the murderer pretended to have been, acquainted with most of the countries and capitals of Europe, should have displayed this astonishment on learning the value of a diamond. Still, Monsieur Segmuller did not seem to notice the discrepancy. "Another thing," said he, "when you threw down your pistol, crying, 'Come and take me,' what did you intend to do?" "I intended to make my escape." "In what way?" "Why, of course by the door, sir, by—" "Yes, by the back door," retorted the magistrate with freezing irony. "It remains for you to explain how you who had just entered that hovel for the first time, could have known of this door's existence." For once in the course of the examination the prisoner seemed troubled. For an instant all his assurance forsook him. He evidently perceived the danger of his position, and after a considerable effort he contrived to burst out in the laugh. His laugh was a poor one, however. It rang false, and failed to conceal a sensation of deep anxiety. Growing gradually bolder, he at length exclaimed, "That's nonsense. I had just seen these two women go out by that very door." "Excuse me, you declared a minute ago that you did not see these women leave, that you were too busy to watch their movements." "Did I say that?" "Word for word. The passage shall be shown you. Joguin, find it." The clerk at once read the passage referred to, whereupon the prisoner undertook to show that the remark had been misunderstood. He had not said, at least he did not intend to say, that. They had quite misinterpreted his words. With such remarks did he try to palliate the effect of his apparent blunders. In the meanwhile, Lecoq was jubilant. "Ah, my fine fellow," thought he, "you are contradicting yourself. You are in deep water already, you are lost, there's no hope for you." The prison's situation was indeed not unlike that of a bather, who, unable to swim, imprudently advances into the sea until the water rises above his chin. He may for a while have preserved his equilibrium despite the buffeting of the waves, but now he totters, loses his footing, another second and he will sink. "Enough, enough," said the magistrate, cutting the prisoner's embarrassed explanation short. "Now, if you started out merely with the intention of amusing yourself, how did it happen that you took your revolver with you?" "I had it with me while I was traveling, and did not think of leaving it at the hotel any more than I thought of changing my clothes." "Where did you purchase it?" "It was given me by Monsieur Sanson as a souvenir." "Confess that this Monsieur Sanson is a very convenient personage," said the magistrate coldly. "Still, go on with your story. Only 2 chambers of this murderous weapon were discharged, but 3 men were killed. You have not told me the end of the affair." "What's the use?" exclaimed the prisoner in saddened tones. "2 of my assailants had fallen. The struggle became an equal one. I seized the remaining man, the soldier, round the body and threw him down. He fell against a corner of the table and did not rise again." Monsieur Segmuller had unfolded upon his desk the plan of the Poivriere drawn by Lecoq. "Come here," he said, addressing the prisoner, "and show me on this paper the precise spot you and your adversaries occupied." May obeyed, and with an assurance of manner a little surprising in a man in his position, he proceeded to explain the drama. "I entered," said he, "by this door marked C. I seated myself at table H, to the left of the entrance. My assailants occupied the table between the fireplace F and the window B." "I must admit," said the magistrate, "that your assertions fully agree with the statements of the physicians, who say that one of the shots must have been fired about a yard off, and the other about 2 yards off." This was a victory for the prisoner, but he only shrugged his shoulders and murmured, "That proves that the physicians knew their business." Lecoq was delighted. This part of the prisoner's narrative not merely agreed with the doctor's statements, but also confirmed his own researches. The young detective felt that, had he been the examiner, he would have conducted the investigation in precisely the same way. Accordingly, he thanked heaven that Monsieur Segmuller had supplied the place of Monsieur d'Escorval. "This admitted," resumed the magistrate, "it remains for you to explain a sentence you uttered when the agent you see here arrested you." "What sentence?" "You exclaimed, 'Ah, it's the Prussians who are coming. I'm lost.' What did you mean by that?" A fleeting crimson tinge suffused the prisoner's cheek. It was evident that if he had anticipated the other questions, and had been prepared for them, this one at least was unexpected. "It's very strange," said he, with ill-disguised embarrassment, "that I should have said such a thing." "5 persons heard you," insisted the magistrate. The prisoner did not immediately reply. He was evidently trying to gain time, ransacking in his mind for a plausible explanation. "After all," he ultimately said, "the thing's quite possible. When I was with Monsieur Sanson, we had with us an old soldier who had belonged to Napoleon's bodyguard and had fought at Waterloo. I recollect he was always repeating that phrase. I must have caught the habit from him. This explanation, though rather slow in coming, was none the less ingenious. At least Monsieur Segmuller appeared to be perfectly satisfied. "That's very plausible," said he, "but there is one circumstance that passes my comprehension. Were you freed from your assailants before the police entered the place? Answer me yes or no." "Yes." "Then why, instead of making your escape by the back door, the existence of which you had divined, did you remain on the threshold of the door leading into the back room, with a table before you to serve as a barricade, and your revolver levelled at the police, as if to keep them at bay?" The prisoner hung his head, and the magistrate had to wait for his answer. "I was a fool," he stammered at last. "I didn't know whether these men were police agents or friends of the fellows I had killed." "In either case your own interest should have induced you to fly." The prisoner remained silent. "Ah, well," resumed Monsieur Segmuller, "let me tell you my opinion. I believe you designedly and voluntarily exposed yourself to the danger of being arrested in order to protect the retreat of the two women who had just left." "Why should I have risked my own safety for two hussies I didn't even know?" "Excuse me, the prosecution is strongly inclined to believe that you know these two women very well. I should like to see anyone prove that." So saying, the prisoner smiled sneeringly, but at once changed countenance when the magistrate retorted in a tone of assurance, "I will prove it." End of section. Section 21 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 1, Section 21. Monsieur Segmuller certainly wished that a number had been branded upon the enigmatical prisoner before him. And yet he did not by any means despair, and his confidence, exaggerated though it might be, was not at all feigned. He was of opinion that the weakest point of the prisoner's defense so far was his pretended ignorance concerning the two women. He proposed to return to this subject later on. In the meanwhile, however, there were other matters to be dealt with. When he felt that his threat as regards the women had had time to produce its full effect, the magistrate continued. "So, prisoner, you assert that you were acquainted with none of the persons you met at the Poivriere?" "I swear it." "Have you never had occasion to meet a person called Lacheneur, an individual whose name is connected with this unfortunate affair?" "I heard the name for the first time when it was pronounced by the dying soldier. Poor fellow, I had just dealt him his death blow, and yet his last words testified to my innocence." This sentimental outburst produced no impression whatever upon the magistrate. "In that case," said he, "I suppose you are willing to accept this soldier's statement?" The man hesitated, as if conscious that he had fallen into a snare, and that he would be obliged to weigh each answer carefully. "I accept it," he said at last. "Of course I accept it." "Very well, then. This soldier, as you must recollect, wished to revenge himself on Lacheneur, who, by promising him a sum of money, had inveigled him into a conspiracy. A conspiracy against whom? Evidently against you, and yet you pretend that you had only arrived in Paris that evening, and that mere chance brought you to the Poivriere. Can you reconcile such conflicting statements?" The prisoner had the hardihood to shrug his shoulders disdainfully. "I see the matter in an entirely different light," said he. "These people were plotting mischief against I don't know whom. and it was because I was in their way that they sought a quarrel with me, without any cause whatever." Skilfully as the magistrate had delivered this thrust, it had been as skilfully parried. So skilfully, indeed, that Goguet, the smiling clerk, could not conceal an approving grimace. Besides, on principle, he always took the prisoner's part, in a mild platonic way, of course. "Let us consider the circumstances that followed your arrest," resumed Monsieur Segmuller. "Why did you refuse to answer all the questions put to you?" A gleam of real or assumed resentment shone in the prisoner's eyes. "This examination," he growled, "will alone suffice to make a culprit out of an innocent man." "I advise you, in your own interest, to behave properly. Those who arrested you observed that you were conversant with all the prison formalities and rules." "Ah, sir, haven't I told you that I have been arrested and put in prison several times? Always on account of my papers. I told you the truth, and you shouldn't taunt me for having done so." The prisoner had dropped his mask of careless gaiety, and had assumed a surly, discontented tone. But his troubles were by no means ended. In fact, the battle had only just begun. Laying a tiny linen bag on his desk, Monsieur Segmuller asked him if he recognized it. "Perfectly. It is the package that the governor of the depot placed in his safe." The magistrate opened the bag and poured the dust that it contained onto a sheet of paper. "You are aware, prisoner," said he, "that this dust comes from the mud that was sticking to your feet. The police agent who collected it has been to the station house where you spent the night of the murder, and has discovered that the composition of this dust is identical with that of the floor of the cell you occupied." The prisoner listened with gaping mouth. "Hence," continued the magistrate, "it was certainly at the station house, and designedly, that you soiled your feet with that mud. In doing so, you had an object. I wish, let me finish. Being determined to keep your identity secret, and to assume the character of a member of the lower classes, of a mountebank, if you please, you reflected that the care you bestow upon your person might betray you. You foresaw the impression that would be caused when the coarse, ill-fitting boots you wore were removed, and the officials perceived your trim, clean feet, which are as well kept as your hands. Accordingly, what did you do? You poured some of the water that was in the pitcher in your cell onto the ground, and then dabbled your feet in the mud that had thus been formed." During these remarks the prisoner's face wore, by turns, an expression of anxiety, astonishment, irony, and mirth. When the magistrate had finished, he burst into a hearty laugh. "So that's the result of 12 or 14 hours' research," he at length exclaimed, turning toward Lecoq. "Ah, Monsieur Agent, it is good to be sharp, but not so sharp as that. The truth is that when I was taken to the station house, 48 hours, 36 of them spent in a railway carriage, had elapsed since I had taken off my boots. My feet were red and swollen, and they burnt like fire. What did I do? I poured some water over them. As for your other suspicions, if I have a soft white skin, it is only because I take care of myself. Besides, as is usual with most men of my profession, I rarely wear anything but slippers on my feet. This is so true that, on leaving Leipzig, I only owned a single pair of boots, and that was an old cast-off pair given to me by Monsieur Sanson." Lecoq struck his chest. "Fool, imbecile, idiot that I am," he thought. He was waiting to be questioned about this circumstance. He is so wonderfully shrewd that when he saw me take the dust he divined my intentions. And since then he has managed to concoct this story. A plausible story enough, and one that any jury would believe." Monsieur Segmuller was saying the same thing to himself. But he was not so surprised nor so overcome by the skill the prisoner had displayed in fencing with this point. "Let us continue," said he. "Do you still persist in your statements, prisoner?" "Yes." Very well. Then I shall be forced to tell you that what you are saying is untrue. The prisoner's lips trembled visibly, and it was with difficulty that he faltered. May my first mouthful of bread strangle me if I have uttered a single falsehood. A single falsehood? Wait. The magistrate drew from the drawer of his desk the molds of the footprints prepared by Lecoq, and showing them to the murderer, he said: "You told me a few minutes ago that the two women were as tall as grenadiers. Now, just look at the footprints made by these female giants. They were dark as moles, you said. A witness will tell you that one of them was a small, delicate-featured blonde with an exceedingly sweet voice." He sought the prisoner's eyes, gazed steadily into them, and added slowly: "And this witness is the driver whose cab was hired in the Rue de Chevaleret by the two fugitives, both short, fair-haired women." This sentence fell like a thunderbolt upon the prisoner. He grew pale, tottered, and leaned against the wall for support. "Ah, you have told me the truth," scornfully continued the pitiless magistrate. "Then who is this man who was waiting for you while you were at the Poivriere? Who is this accomplice who, after your arrest, dared to enter the Widow Chupin's den to regain possession of some compromising object, no doubt a letter, which he knew he would find in the pocket of the Widow Chupin's apron? Who is this devoted, courageous friend who feigned drunkenness so effectually that even the police were deceived, and thoughtlessly placed him in confinement with you? Dare you deny that you have not arranged your system of defense in concert with him? Can you affirm that he did not give the Widow Chupin counsel as to the course she should pursue?" But already, thanks to his power of self-control, the prisoner had mastered his agitation. "All this," said he, in a harsh voice, "is a mere invention of the police." However faithfully one may describe an examination of this kind, a narrative can convey no more idea of the real scene than a heap of cold ashes can give the effect of a glowing fire. One can note down each word, each ejaculation, but phraseology is powerless to portray the repressed animation, the impassioned movements, the studied reticence, the varied tones of voice, the now bold, now faltering glances, full of hatred and suspicion, which follow each other in rapid succession, mostly on the prisoner's side, but not entirely so, for although the magistrate may be an adept in the art of concealing his feelings, at times nature cannot be controlled. When the prisoner reeled beneath the magistrate's last words, the latter could not control his feelings. "He yields," he thought. "He succumbs. He is mine." But all hope of immediate success vanished when Monsieur Segmuller saw his redoubtable adversary struggle against his momentary weakness, and arm himself for the fight with renewed, and, if possible, even greater energy. The magistrate perceived that it would require more than one assault to overcome such a stubborn nature. So, in a voice rendered still more harsh by disappointment, he resumed: "It is plain that you are determined to deny evidence itself." The prisoner had recovered all his self-possession. He must have bitterly regretted his weakness, for a fiendish spite glittered in his eyes. "What evidence?" he asked, frowning. "This romance invented by the police is very plausible, I don't deny it, but it seems to me that the truth is quite as probable. You talk to me about a cabman whose vehicle was hired by two short, fair-haired women, but who can prove that these women were the same that fled from the Poivriere? The police agent you see here followed the tracks they left across the snow." "Ah, at night time, across fields intersected by ditches, and up a long street. A fine rain falling all the while, and a thaw already beginning. Oh, your story is very probable." As he spoke, the murderer extended his arm toward Lecoq, and then, in a tone of crushing scorn, he added: A man must have great confidence in himself, or a wide longing for advancement, to try and get a man guillotined on such evidence as that. At these words, Joguin, the smiling clerk, whose pen was rapidly flying across the paper, could not help remarking to himself, "The arrow has entered the bull's eye this time." The comment was not without foundation, for Lecoq was evidently cut to the quick. Indeed, he was so incensed that, forgetful of his subordinate position, he sprang to his feet, exclaiming: "This circumstance would be of slight importance if it were not one of a long chain." "Be good enough to keep silent," interrupted the magistrate, who, turning to the prisoner, added: "The court does not utilize the proofs and testimony collected by the police until it has examined and weighed them." "No matter," murmured the prisoner. "I should like to see this cab driver." "Have no fear about that. He shall repeat his evidence in your presence." "Very well, I am satisfied then. I will ask him how he can distinguish people's faces when it's as dark as—" He checked himself, apparently enlightened by a sudden inspiration. "How stupid I am!" he exclaimed. "I am losing my temper about these people, when you know all the while who they are. For of course the cabman drove them home." Monsieur Segmuller saw that the prisoner understood him. He perceived, moreover, that the latter was doing all he could to increase the mystery that enshrouded this essential point of the case, a point upon which the prosecution was particularly anxious to obtain information. The prisoner was truly an incomparable comedian, for his last observation was made in a tone of remarkable candor, just tinged with sufficient irony to show that he felt he had nothing to fear in this direction. "If you are consistent with yourself," remarked the magistrate, "you will also deny the existence of an accomplice, of a comrade." "What would be the use denying it, since you believe nothing that I say? Only a moment ago you insinuated that my former employer was an imaginary personage. So what need I say about my pretended accomplice? According to your agents, he is at all events a most faithful friend. Indeed, this wonderful being, invented by Monsieur," with these words the prisoner pointed to Lecoq, "was seemingly not satisfied at having once escaped the police, for, according to your account, he voluntarily placed himself in their clutches a second time. You gentlemen pretend that he conferred first of all with me, and next with the widow Chupin. How did this happen? Perhaps, after removing him from my cell, some of your agents obligingly shut him up with the old woman." Joguin the clerk wrote all this down admiringly. "Here," thought he, "is a man of brain, who understands his case. He won't need any lawyer's eloquence to put his defense favorably before a jury." "And after all," continued the prisoner, "what are the proofs against me? The name of Lacheneur faltered by a dying man, a few footprints on some melting snow, a sleepy cab driver's declaration, and a vague doubt about the drunkard's identity. If that is all you have against me, it certainly doesn't amount to much." "Enough," interrupted Monsieur Segmuller. "Your assurance is perfect now, though a moment ago your embarrassment was most remarkable. What was the cause of it?" "The cause!" indignantly exclaimed the prisoner, whom this query had seemingly enraged. "The cause! Can't you see, sir, that you are torturing me frightfully, pitilessly? I am an innocent man, and you are trying to deprive me of my life. You have been turning me this way and that way for so many hours that I begin to feel as if I were standing on the guillotine. Each time I open my mouth to speak, I ask myself, is this the answer that will send me to the scaffold? My anxiety and dismay surprise you, do they? Why, since this examination began, I felt the cold knife graze my neck at least 20 times. I wouldn't like my worst enemy to be subjected to such torture as this." The prisoner's description of his sufferings did not seem at all exaggerated. His hair was saturated with perspiration, and big drops of sweat rested on his pallid brow, or coursed down his cheeks onto his beard. I am not your enemy, said the magistrate more gently. A magistrate is neither a prisoner's friend nor enemy. He is simply the friend of truth and the executor of the law. I am not seeking either for an innocent man or for a culprit. I merely wish to arrive at the truth. I must know who you are, and I do know. Ah, if the assertion costs me my life, I am May and none other. No, you are not. Who am I then? Some great man in disguise? Ah, I wish I were. In that case I should have satisfactory papers to show you, and then you will set me free, for you know very well, my good sir, that I am as innocent as you are. The magistrate had left his desk and taken a seat by the fireplace within a yard of the prisoner. Do not insist, said he. Then, suddenly changing both manner and tone, he added with the urbanity that a man of the world displays when addressing an equal. Do me the honor, sir, to believe me gifted with sufficient perspicuity to recognize, under the difficult part you play to such perfection, a very superior gentleman, a man endowed with remarkable talents. Lecoq perceived that this sudden change of manner had unnerved the prisoner. He tried to laugh, but his merriment partook somewhat of the nature of a sob, and big tears glistened in his eyes. I will not torture you any longer, continued the magistrate. In subtle reasoning I confess that you have conquered me. However, when I return to the charge, I shall have proofs enough in my possession to crush you. He reflected for a moment, then, lingering over each word, he added, Only do not expect from me the consideration I have shown you today. Justice is human, that is, she is indulgent towards certain crimes. She has fathomed the depth of the abyss into which blind passion may hurl even an honest man. Today I freely offer you any assistance that will not conflict with my duty. Speak. Shall I send this officer of police away? Would you like me to send my clerk out of the room on an errand? He said no more, but waited to see the effect of this last effort. The prisoner darted upon him one of those searching glances that seem to pierce an adversary through. His lips moved. One might have supposed that he was about to make a revelation. But no. Suddenly he crossed his arms over his chest and murmured, You are very frank, sir. Unfortunately for me, I am only a poor devil, as I've already told you. My name is May, and I earn my living by speaking to the public and turning a compliment. I am forced to yield to your decision, said the magistrate sadly. The clerk will now read the minutes of your examination. Listen. While Chauguin read the evidence aloud, the prisoner listened without making any remark, but when asked to sign the document, he obstinately refused to do so, fearing, he said, some hidden treachery. A moment afterwards, the soldiers who had escorted him to the magistrate's room conducted him back to the depot. End of section 21. Recording by Pentti Hirvonen, Finland. Section 22 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 1, Section 22. When the prisoner had gone, Monsieur Segmuller sank back in his armchair, literally exhausted. He was in that state of nervous prostration which so often follows protracted but fruitless efforts. He had scarcely strength enough to bathe his burning forehead and gleaming eyes with cool, refreshing water. This frightful examination had lasted no less than 7 consecutive hours. The smiling clerk, who had kept his place at his desk, busily writing the whole while, now rose to his feet, glad of an opportunity to stretch his limbs and snap his fingers, cramped by holding the pen. Still he was not in the least degree bored. He invariably took a semi-theatrical interest in the dramas that were daily enacted in his presence, his excitement being all the greater owing to the uncertainty that shrouded the finish of the final act, a finish that only too often belied the ordinary rules and deductions of writers for the stage. "What a knave!" he exclaimed, after vainly waiting for the magistrate or the detective to express an opinion. "What a rascal!" Monsieur Segmuller ordinarily put considerable confidence in his clerk's long experience. He sometimes even went so far as to consult him, doubtless somewhat in the same style that Molière consulted his servant. But on this occasion he did not accept his opinion. "No," said he in a thoughtful tone, "that man is not a knave. When I spoke to him kindly he was really touched. He wept, he hesitated, I could have sworn that he was about to tell me everything." "Ah, he is a man of wonderful power," observed Lecoq. The detective was sincere in his praise. Although the prisoner had disappointed his plans, and had even insulted him, he could not help admiring his shrewdness and courage. He, Lecoq, had prepared himself for a strenuous struggle with this man, and he hoped to conquer in the end. Nevertheless, in his secret soul he felt for his adversary, admiring that sympathy which a foeman worthy of one's steel always inspires. "What coolness, what courage!" continued the young detective. "Ah, there's no denying it. His system of defense, of absolute denial, is a masterpiece. It is perfect. How well he played that difficult part of a buffoon! At times I could scarcely restrain my admiration. What is a famous comedian beside that fellow? The greatest actors need the adjunct of stage scenery to support the illusion, whereas this man, entirely unaided, almost convinced me even against my reason." "Do you know what your very appropriate criticism proves?" inquired the magistrate. "I am listening, sir." "Ah, well, I have arrived at this conclusion. Either this man is really May the stroller, earning his living by paying compliments, as he says, or else he belongs to the highest rank of society and not to the middle classes. It is only in the lowest or in the highest ranks that you encounter such grim energy as he has displayed, such scorn of life, as well as such remarkable presence of mind and resolution. A vulgar tradesman, attracted to the Poivriere by some shameful passion, would have confessed it long ago." "But, sir, this man is surely not the buffoon, May," replied the young detective. "No, certainly not," responded Monsieur Segmuller. "We must, therefore, decide upon some plan of action." He smiled kindly, and added, in a friendly voice: "It was unnecessary to tell you that, Monsieur Lecoq. Quite unnecessary, since to you belongs the honor of having detected this fraud. As for myself, I confess that if I had not been warned in advance, I should have been the dupe of this clever artist's talent." The young detective bowed. A blush of modesty tinged his cheeks, but a gleam of pleased vanity sparkled in his eyes. What a difference between this friendly, benevolent magistrate and Monsieur d'Escorval, so taciturn and haughty! This man at least understood, appreciated, and encouraged him; and it was with a common theory and an equal ardor that they were about to devote themselves to a search for the truth. Scarcely had Lecoq allowed these thoughts to flit across his mind than he reflected that his satisfaction was, after all, a trifle premature, and that success was still extremely doubtful. With this chilling conclusion, presence of mind returned. Turning toward the magistrate, he exclaimed: "You will recollect, sir, that the widow Chupin mentioned a son of hers, a certain Polyte?" "Yes." "Why not question him? He must know all the frequenters of the Poivriere, and might perhaps give us valuable information regarding Gustave, Lacheneur, and the murderer himself. As he is not in solitary confinement, he has probably heard of his mother's arrest, but it seems to me impossible that he should suspect our present perplexity." "Ah, you are 100 times right," exclaimed the magistrate. "I ought to have thought of that myself. In his position he can scarcely have been tampered with as yet, and I'll have him up here tomorrow morning. I will also question his wife." Turning to his clerk, Monsieur Segmuller added: "Quick, Joguet, prepare a summons in the name of the wife of Hippolyte Chupin, and address an order to the governor of the Depot to produce her husband." But night was coming on. It was already too dark to see to write, and accordingly the clerk rang the bell for lights. Just as the messenger who brought the lamps turned to leave the room, a rap was heard at the door. Immediately afterward the governor of the Depot entered. During the past 24 hours this worthy functionary had been greatly perplexed concerning the mysterious prisoner he had placed in secret cell number 3, and he now came to the magistrate for advice regarding him. "I come to ask," said he, "if I am still to retain the prisoner May in solitary confinement?" "Yes." "Although I fear fresh attacks of frenzy, I dislike to confine him in the strait-jacket again." "Leave him free in his cell," replied Monsieur Segmuller, "and tell the keepers to watch him well, but to treat him kindly." By the provisions of Article 613 of the Code, accused parties are placed in the custody of the government, but the investigating magistrate is allowed to adopt such measures concerning them as he may deem necessary for the interest of the prosecution. The governor bowed assent to Monsieur Segmuller's instructions, and then added: "You have doubtless succeeded in establishing the prisoner's identity." "Unfortunately, I have not." The governor shook his head with a knowing air. "In that case," said he, "my conjectures were correct. It seems to me evident that this man is a criminal of the worst description, an old offender certainly, and one who has the strongest interest in concealing his identity. You will find that you have to deal with a man who has been sentenced to the galleys for life, and who has managed to escape from Cayenne." "Perhaps you are mistaken." I shall be greatly surprised if such should prove the case. I must admit that my opinion in this matter is identical with that of Monsieur Gevrol, the most experienced and the most skillful of our inspectors. I agree with him in thinking that young detectives are often overzealous and run after phantoms originated in their own brains. Lecoq, crimson with wrath, was about to make an angry response when Monsieur Segmuller motioned to him to remain silent. Then, with a smile on his face, the magistrate replied to the governor: "Upon my word, my dear friend," he said, "the more I study this affair, the more convinced I am of the correctness of the theory advanced by the always jealous detective. But, after all, I am not infallible, and I shall depend upon your counsel and assistance." "Oh, I have means of verifying my assertion," interrupted the governor, "and I hope before the end of the next 24 hours that our man will have been identified either by the police or by one of his fellow prisoners." With these words he took his leave. Scarcely had he done so than Lecoq sprang to his feet. The young detective was furious. "You see that Gevrol already speaks ill of me. He is jealous." "Ah, well, what does that matter to you? If you succeed, you will have your revenge. If you are mistaken, then I am mistaken too." Then, as it was already late, Monsieur Segmuller confided to Lecoq's keeping the various articles the latter had accumulated in support of his theory. He also placed in his hands the diamond earring, the owner of which must be discovered, and the letter signed Lacheneur, which had been found in the pocket of the spurious soldier. Having given him full instructions, he asked him to make his appearance promptly on the morrow, and then dismissed him, saying, "Now go, and may good luck attend you." End of section 22. Recording by Pentti Hirvonen, Finland. Section 23 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 1, Section 23. Long, narrow, and low a ceiling, having on the one side a row of windows looking on to a small courtyard, and on the other a range of doors, each with a number on its central panel, thus reminding one of some corridor in a second-rate hotel. Such is the Galerie d'Instruction at the Palais de Justice, whereby admittance is gained into the various rooms occupied by the investigating magistrates. Even in the daytime, when it's thronged with prisoners, witnesses, and guards, it is a sad and gloomy place. But it's absolutely sinister of aspect at night time, when deserted and only dimly lighted by the smoky lamp of a solitary attendant, waiting for the departure of some magistrate whom business has detained later than usual. Although Lecoq was not sensitive to such influences, he made haste to reach the staircase, and thus escape the echo of his footsteps, which sounded most drearily in the silence of darkness pervading the gallery. Finding an open window on the floor below, he looked out to ascertain the state of the weather. The temperature was much milder, the snow had altogether disappeared, and the pavement was almost dry. A slight haze, illumined by the ruddy glare of the street lamps, hung like a purple mantle over the city. The streets below were full of animation. Vehicles were rolling rapidly to and fro, and the footways were too narrow for the bustling crowd, which, now that the labors of the day were ended, was hastening homeward, or in search of pleasure. The sight drew a sigh from the young detective. "And it is in this great city," he murmured, "in the midst of this world of people, that I must discover the traces of a person I don't even know. Is it possible to accomplish such a feat?" The feeling of despondency that had momentarily surprised him was not, however, of long duration. "Yes, it is possible," cried an inward voice. "Besides, it must be done. Your future depends upon it. Where there's a will, there is a way." 10 seconds later he was in the street, more than ever inflamed with hope and courage. Unfortunately, however, man can only place organs of limited power at the disposal of his boundless desires, and Lecoq had not taken 20 steps along the streets before he became aware that if the spirit was willing, the flesh was weak. His limbs trembled and his head whirled. Nature was asserting her rights. During the last 48 hours the young detective had taken scarcely a moment's rest, and he had moreover now passed an entire day without food. "Am I going to be ill?" he thought, sinking to a bench, and he groaned inwardly on recapitulating all that he wished to do that evening. If he dealt only with the more important matters, must he not at once ascertain the result of Father Absinthe's search after the man who had recognized one of the victims at the morgue, test the prisoner's assertions regarding the box of clothes left at one of the hotels surrounding the northern railway station, and last but not the least, must he not procure the address of Polyte Chupin's wife in order to serve her with a summons to appear before Monsieur Segmuller? Under the power of urgent necessity, he succeeded in triumphing over his attack of weakness, and rose, murmuring, "I will go first to the prefecture and to the morgue, then I will see." But he did not find Father Absinthe at the prefecture, and no one could give any tidings of him. He had not been there at all during the day. nor could anyone indicate, even vaguely, the abode of the widow Chupin's daughter-in-law. On the other hand, however, Lecoq met a number of his colleagues, who laughed and jeered at him unmercifully. "Ah, you are a shrewd fellow," they said. "It seems that you have just made a wonderful discovery, and it's said you are going to be decorated with the Legion of Honor." Gevrol's influence betrayed itself everywhere. The jealous inspector had taken pains to inform all his colleagues and subordinates that poor Lecoq, crazed by ambition, persisted in declaring that a low, vulgar murderer trying to escape justice was some great personage in disguise. However, the jeers and taunts of which Lecoq was the object had but little effect upon him, and he consoled himself with the reflection that he loves best who loves last. If he were restless and anxious as he walked along the Quai des Orfèvres, it was because he could not explain Father Absinthe's prolonged absence, and because he feared that Gevrol, mad with jealousy, might attempt, in some underhand way, to frustrate his, Lecoq's, efforts to arrive at the solution of the mystery. At the morgue, the young detective met with no better success than at the prefecture. After ringing 3 or 4 times, one of the keepers opened the door and informed him that the bodies had not been identified, and that the old police agent had not been seen since he went away early in the morning. "This is a bad beginning," thought Lecoq. "I will go and get some dinner. That, perhaps, will change the luck. At all events, I have certainly earned a bottle of good wine, to which I intend to treat myself." It was a happy thought. A hearty meal washed down with a couple of glasses of Bordeaux sent new courage and energy coursing through his veins. If he still felt a trifle weary, the sensation of fatigue was at all events greatly diminished when he left the restaurant with a cigar between his lips. Just at that moment he longed for Father Papillon's trap and sturdy steed. Fortunately, a cab was passing. He hired it, and as 8 o'clock was striking, alighted at the corner of the square in front of the Northern Railway Station. After a brief glance round, he began his search for the hotel where the murderer pretended to have left a box of clothes. It must be understood that he did not present himself in his official capacity. Hotel proprietors fight shy of detectives, and Lecoq was aware that if he proclaimed his calling, he would probably learn nothing at all. By brushing back his hair and turning up his coat collar, he made, however, a very considerable alteration in his appearance, and it was with a marked English accent that he asked the landlords and servants of various hostelries surrounding the station for information concerning a foreign workman named May. He conducted his search with considerable address, but everywhere he received the same reply: "We don't know such a person. We haven't seen anyone answering the description you give of him." Any other answer would have astonished Lecoq, so strongly persuaded was he that the prisoner had only mentioned the circumstances of a trunk left at one of these hotels in order to give a semblance of truth to his narrative. Nevertheless, he continued his investigation. If he noted down in his memorandum book the names of all the hotels which he visited, it was with a view of making sure of the prisoner's discomfiture when he was conducted to the neighborhood and asked to prove the truth of his story. Eventually, Lecoq reached the Hotel de Mariembourg, at the corner of the Rue Saint-Quentin. The house was of modest proportions, but seemed respectable and well kept. Lecoq pushed open the glass door leading into the vestibule and entered the office, a neat, brightly lit room, where he found a woman standing upon a chair, her face on a level with a large birdcage covered with a piece of black silk. She was repeating 3 or 4 German words with great earnestness to the inmate of the cage, and was so engrossed in this occupation that Lecoq had to make considerable noise before he could attract her attention. At length she turned her head, and the young detective exclaimed: "Ah, good evening, madame. You are much interested, I see, in teaching your parrot to talk." "It isn't a parrot," replied the woman, who had not yet descended from her perch, "but a starling, and I'm trying to teach it to say, "Have you breakfasted?" in German.
What? Can starlings talk?
Yes, sir, just as well as you or I, rejoined the woman, jumping down from the chair. Just then the bird, as if it had understood the question, cried very distinctly, "Camille! Where is Camille?" But Lecoq was too preoccupied to pay any further attention to the incident.
Madam, he began, I wish to speak to the proprietor of this hotel.
I am the proprietor.
Oh, very well. I was expecting a mechanic from Leipzig to meet me here in Paris. To my great surprise, he has not made his appearance, and I came to inquire if he was stopping here. His name is May.
May, repeated the hostess thoughtfully. May.
He ought to have arrived last Sunday evening.
The woman's face brightened. Wait a moment, said she. Was this friend of yours a middle-aged man, of medium size, of very dark complexion, wearing full beard, and having very bright eyes? Lecoq could scarcely conceal his agitation. This was an exact description of the supposed murderer.
Yes, he stammered. That is a very good portrait of the man.
Ah, well, he came here on Shrove Sunday in the afternoon. He asked for a cheap room, and I showed him one on the 5th floor. The office boy was not here at the time, and he insisted upon taking his trunk upstairs himself. I offered him some refreshments, but he declined to take anything, saying that he was in a great hurry, and he went away after giving me 10 francs as the security for the rent.
Where is he now? Inquired the young detective.
Dear me, that reminds me, replied the woman. He has never returned, and I have been rather anxious about him. Paris is such a dangerous place for strangers. It is true he spoke French as well as you or I, but what of that? Yesterday evening I gave orders that the commissary of police should be informed of the matter.
Yesterday? The commissary?
Yes, still, I don't know whether the boy obeyed me. I had forgotten all about it. Allow me to ring for the boy and ask him. A bucket of iced water falling upon Lecoq's head could not have astonished him more than did this announcement from the proprietors of the Hotel de Mariembourg. Had the prisoner indeed told the truth? Was it possible? Gevrol and the governor of the prison were right, then, and Monsieur Segmuller and he, Lecoq, were senseless fools pursuing a phantom. These ideas flashed rapidly through the young detective's brain, but he had no time for reflection. The boy who had been summoned now made his appearance, and proved to be a big overgrown lad with frank chubby face. Fritz, asked his mistress, did you go to the commissary's office? Yes, madame. What did he say? He was not in, but I spoke to his secretary, Monsieur Casimir, who said you were not to worry yourself, as the man would no doubt return. But he has not returned, the boy rejoined, with a movement of the shoulders that plainly implied, "How can I help that?"
You hear, sir, said the hostess, apparently thinking the impertinent questioner would now withdraw.
Such, however, was not Lecoq's intention, and he did not even move, though he had need of all his self-possession to retain his English accent.
This is very annoying, said he, very. I am even more anxious and undecided than I was before, since I am not certain that this is the man I am seeking for. Unfortunately, sir, I can tell you nothing more, calmly replied the landlady.
Lecoq reflected for a moment, knitting his brows and biting his lips, as if he were trying to discover some means of solving the mystery. In point of fact, he was seeking for some adroit phrase which might lead this woman to show him the register in which all travelers are compelled to inscribe their full names, profession, and usual residence. At the same time, however, it was necessary that he should not arouse her suspicions.
But, madame, said he at last, can't you remember the name this man gave you? Was it May? Try to recollect if that was the name. May. Ah, I have so many things to remember. But now I think of it, and the name must be entered in my book, which, if it would oblige you, I can show you. It is in the drawer of my writing table, Whatever can I have done with my keys? And while the hostess, who seemed to possess about as much intelligence as her starling, was turning the whole office upside down looking for her keys, Lecoq scrutinized her closely. She was about 40 years of age, with an abundance of light hair and a very fair complexion. She was well preserved, that is to say, she was plump and healthy in appearance. Her glance was frank and unembarrassed, her voice was clear and musical, and her manners were pleasing and entirely free from affectation. "Ah!" she eventually exclaimed, "I have found those wretched keys at last." So saying, she opened her desk, took out the register laid it on the table, and began turning over the leaves. At last she found the desired page. "Sunday, February 20th," said she. "Look, sir, here on the 7th line. May. No Christian name. Foreign artist. Coming from Leipzig. Without papers." While Lecoq was examining this record with a dazed air, the woman exclaimed: "Ah! Now I can explain how it happened that I forgot the man's name and strange profession. Foreign artist. I did not make the entry myself." "Who made it, then?" "The man himself, while I was finding 10 francs to give him as change for the louis he handed me. You can see that the writing is not at all like that of other entries." Lecoq had already noted this circumstance, which seemed to furnish an irrefutable argument in favor of the assertions made by the landlady and the prisoner. "Are you sure," he asked, "that this is the man's handwriting?" In his anxiety he had forgotten his English accent. The woman noticed this at once, for she drew back and cast a suspicious glance at the pretended foreigner. "I know what I am saying," she said indignantly. "And now this is enough, isn't it?" Knowing that he had betrayed himself, and thoroughly ashamed of his lack of coolness, Lecoq renounced his English accent altogether. "Excuse me," he said, "if I ask one more question. Have you this man's trunk in your possession?" "Certainly." "You would do me an immense service by showing it to me." "Show it to you!" exclaimed the landlady angrily. "What do you take me for? What do you want, and who are you?" "You shall know in half an hour," replied the young detective, realizing that further persuasion would be useless. He hastily left the room, ran to the Place de Roubaix, jumped into a cab, and giving the driver the address of the district commissary of police, promised him 100 sous over and above the regular fare if he would only make haste. As might have been expected under such circumstances, the poor horse fairly flew over the ground. Lecoq was fortunate enough to find the commissary at his office. Having given his name, he was immediately ushered into the magistrate's presence, and told his story in a few words. "It is really true that they came to inform me of this man's disappearance," said the commissary. "Casimir told me about it this morning." "They came to inform you?" faltered Lecoq. "Yes, yesterday. But I have had so much to occupy my time. Now, my man, how can I serve you?" "Come with me, sir. Compel them to show us the trunk, and send for a locksmith to open it. Here is the authority, a search warrant given me by the investigating magistrate to use in case of necessity. Let us lose no time. I have a cab at the door." "We will start at once," said the commissary. The driver whipped up his horse once more, and they were soon rapidly rolling in the direction of the Rue St. Quentin. "Now, sir," said the young detective, "permit me to ask if you know this woman who keeps the Hotel de Mariembourg?" "Yes, indeed, I know her very well. When I was first appointed to this district 6 years ago, I was a bachelor, and for a long while I took my meals at her table d'hote. Casimir, my secretary, boards there even now." "And what kind of woman is she?" "Why, upon my word, my young friend, Madame Milner, for such is her name, is a very respectable widow, highly esteemed by her neighbors, and having a very prosperous business.
If she remains a widow, it is only from choice, for she is very prepossessing, and has plenty of suitors." "Then you don't think her capable of serving, for the sake of a good round sum, the interests of some wealthy culprit?" "Have you gone mad?" interrupted the commissary. "What, Madame Milner perjure herself for the sake of money? Haven't I just told you that she is an honest woman, and that she is very well off? Besides, she informed me yesterday that this man was missing, so—" Lecoq made no reply. The driver was pulling up. They had reached their destination. On seeing her obstinate questioner reappear, accompanied by the commissary, Madame Milner seemed to understand everything. "Good heavens!" she exclaimed. "A detective! I might have guessed it. Some crime has been committed, and now my hotel has lost its reputation forever." While a messenger was dispatched for a locksmith, the commissary endeavored to reassure and console her, a task of no little difficulty, and which he was some time in accomplishing. At last they all went up to the missing man's room, and Lecoq sprang toward the trunk. Ah, there was no denying it. It had indeed come from Leipzig, as the labels pasted upon it by the different railroad companies only too plainly proved. On being opened, it was, moreover, found to contain the various articles mentioned by the prisoner. Lecoq was thunderstruck. When he had seen the commissary lock the trunk and its contents up in the cupboard and take possession of the key, he felt he could endure nothing more. He left the room with downward head, and stumbled like a drunken man as he went down the stairs. End of section. Recording by Pentti Hirvonen, Finland.
Section 24 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Evans. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 1, Section 24. Mardi Gras, or Shrove Tuesday, was very gay that year. That is to say, all places of public resort were crowded. When Lecoq left the Hotel de Mariembourg about midnight, the streets were as full as if it had been noonday, and the cafes were thronged with customers. But the young detective had no heart for pleasure. He mingled with the crowd without seemingly seeing it, and jostled against groups of people chatting at the corners, without hearing the imprecations occasioned by his awkwardness. Where was he going? He had no idea. He walked aimlessly, more disconsolate and desperate than the gambler who had staked his last hope with his last louis, and lost. "I must yield," he murmured. "This evidence is conclusive. My presumptions were only chimeras, my deductions the playthings of chance. All I can now do is to withdraw, with the least possible damage and ridicule, from the false position I have assumed." Just as he reached the boulevard, however, a new idea entered his brain, an idea of so startling a kind that he could scarcely restrain a loud exclamation of surprise. "What a fool I am!" he cried, striking his hand violently against his forehead. "Is it possible to be so strong in theory, and yet so ridiculously weak in practice? Ah, I am only a child, a mere novice, disheartened by the slightest obstacle. I meet with a difficulty, and at once I lose all my courage. Now, let me reflect calmly. What did I tell the judge about this murderer, whose plan of defense so puzzles us? Did I not tell him that we had to deal with a man of superior talent, with a man of consummate penetration and experience, a bold, courageous fellow of imperturbable coolness, who will do anything to insure the success of his plans? Yes, I told him all that, and yet I give up the game in despair as soon as I meet with a single circumstance that I cannot instantly explain. It is evident that such a prisoner would not resort to old hackneyed commonplace expedients. Time, patience, and research are requisite to find a flaw in his defense. With such a man as he, the more appearances are against my presumptions and in favor of his narrative, the more certain it is that I am right, or else logic is no longer logic." At this thought Lecoq burst into a hearty laugh. "Still," continued he, "it would perhaps be premature to expose this theory at headquarters in Gevrol's presence. He would at once present me with a certificate for admission into some lunatic asylum." The young detective paused. While absorbed in thought, his legs, obeying an instinctive impulse, had brought him to his lodgings. He rang the bell, the door opened, and he groped his way slowly up to the fourth floor. He had reached his room, and was about to enter, when some one, whom he could not distinguish in the dark, called out: "Is that you, Monsieur Lecoq?" "Yes, it's I," replied the young man, somewhat surprised. "But who are you?" "I'm Father Absinthe." "Oh, indeed! Well, you are welcome. I didn't recognize your voice. Will you come in?" They entered the room, and Lecoq lit a candle. Then the young man could see his colleague, and, good heavens! he found him in a most pitiable condition. He was as dirty and as bespattered with mud as a lost dog that has been wandering about in the rain and the mire for a week at the very least. His overcoat bore the traces of frequent contact with damp walls. His hat had lost its form entirely. His eyes wore an anxious look, and his mustache drooped despondently. He spoke, moreover, so strangely that one might have supposed his mouth was full of sand. "Do you bring me bad news?" inquired Lecoq, after a short examination of his companion. "Yes, bad." "The people you were following escaped you, then?" The old man nodded his head affirmatively. "It is unfortunate, very unfortunate," said Lecoq. "But it is useless to distress ourselves about it. Don't be so cast down, Father Absinthe. To morrow, between us, we will repair the damage." This friendly encouragement only increased the old man's evident embarrassment. He blushed, this veteran, as if he had been a schoolgirl, and raising his hands toward heaven, he exclaimed: "Oh, you wretch! Didn't I tell you so?" "Why, what is the matter with you?" inquired Lecoq. Father Absinthe made no reply. Approaching a looking glass that hung against the wall, he surveyed himself reproachfully, and began to heap cruel insults upon the reflection of his features. "You old good for nothing!" he exclaimed. "You vile deserter! Have you no shame left? You were entrusted with a mission, were you not? And how have you fulfilled it? You have got drunk, you old wretch, so drunk as to have lost your wits. Ah, you shan't escape punishment this time, for even if Monsieur Lecoq is indulgent, you shan't taste another drop for a week. Yes, you old sot, you shall suffer for this escapade." "Oh, come, come," said Lecoq, "you can sermonize by and by. Now tell me your story." "I am not proud of it, believe me. However, never mind. No doubt you received the letter in which I told you I was going to follow the young man who seemed to recognize Gustave?" "Yes, yes, go on." "Well, as soon as they entered the cafe into which I had followed them, they began drinking, probably to drive away their emotion. After that they apparently felt hungry. At all events, they ordered breakfast. I followed their example. The meal, with coffee and beer afterward, took up no little time, and indeed a couple of hours had elapsed before they were ready to pay their bill and go. Good. I supposed they would now return home. Not at all. They walked down the Rue Dauphine, and I saw them enter another cafe. 5 minutes later I glided in after them, and found them already engaged in a game of billiards." At this point Father Absinthe hesitated. It is no easy task to recount one's blunders to the very person who has suffered by them. "I seated myself at a little table," he eventually resumed, "and asked for a newspaper. I was reading with one eye and watching with the other, when a respectable looking man entered and took a seat beside me. As soon as he had seated himself, he asked me to let him have the paper when I had finished with it. I handed it to him, and then we began talking about the weather. At last he proposed a game of bezique. I declined, but we afterward compromised the matter by having a game of piquet. The young men, you understand, were still knocking the balls about. We began by playing for a glass of brandy each. I won. My adversary asked for his revenge, and we played 2 games more. I still kept on winning. He insisted upon another game, And again I won, and still I drank, and drank again." "Go on, go on." "Ah, here's the rub. After that I remember nothing, nothing either about the man I had been playing with or the young men. It seems to me, however, that I recollect falling asleep in the cafe, and that a long while afterward a waiter came and woke me and told me to go. Then I must have wandered along about the quays until I came to my senses, and decided to go to your lodgings and wait on the stairs until you returned." To Father Absinthe's great surprise, Lecoq seemed rather thoughtful than angry. "What do you think about this chance acquaintance of yours, papa?" asked the young detective. "I think he was following me while I was following the others, and that he entered the cafe with the view of making me drunk." "What was he like?" "Oh, he was a tall, stoutish man, with a broad red face and a flat nose; and he was very unpretending and affable in manner." "It was he!" exclaimed Lecoq. "He? Who?" "Why, the accomplice, the man whose footprints we discovered, the pretended drunkard, a devil incarnate, who will get the best of us yet, if we don't keep our eyes open. Don't you forget him, papa, and if you ever meet him again—" But Father Absinthe's confession was not ended. Like most devotees, he had reserved the worst sin for the last. "But that's not all," he resumed, "and as it's best to make a clean breast of it, I will tell you that it seems to me this traitor talked about the affair at the Poivriere, and that I told him all we had discovered, and all we intended to do." Lecoq made such a threatening gesture that the old tippler drew back in consternation. "You wretched man!" exclaimed the young detective, "to betray our plans to the enemy!" But his calmness soon returned. If at first sight the evil seemed to be beyond remedy, on further thought it had a good side after all. It sufficed to dispel all the doubts that had assailed Lecoq's mind after his visit to the Hotel de Mariembourg. "However," quoth our hero, "this is not the time for deliberation. I am overcome with fatigue. Take a mattress from the bed for yourself, my friend, and let us get a little sleep." Section 24. Recording by Don Evans. www.donmevans.com. Section 25 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Evans. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 1, Section 25. Lecoq was a man of considerable forethought. Hence, before going to bed, he took good care to wind up his alarm so that it might wake him at 6 o'clock. "With that to warn us," he remarked to his companion as he blew out the candle, "there need be no fear of our missing the coach." He had not, however, made allowance for his own extreme weariness, or for the soporific effect of the alcoholic fumes with which his comrade's breath was redolent. When 6 o'clock struck at the church of Saint Eustache, the young detective's alarm resounded faithfully enough, with a loud and protracted whir. Shrill and sonorous as was the sound, it failed, however, to break the heavy sleep of the two detectives. They would indeed in all probability have continued slumbering for several hours longer, if, at half past 7, a sturdy fist had not begun to rap loudly at the door. With one bound, Lecoq was out of bed, amazed at seeing the bright sunlight, and furious at the futility of his precautions. "Come in!" he cried to his early visitor. He had no enemies to fear, and could, without danger, sleep with his door unlocked. In response to his call, Father Papillon's shrewd face peered into the room. "Ah, it is my worthy coachman!" exclaimed Lecoq. "Is there anything new?" "Excuse me, but it's the old affair that brings me here," replied our eccentric friend, the cabman. "You know, the 30 francs those wretched women paid me. Really, I shan't sleep in peace till you have worked off the amount by using my vehicle. Our drive yesterday lasted 2 hours and a half, which, according to the regular fare, would be worth 100 sous. So you see I've still more than 12 hours at your disposal. That is all nonsense, my friend. Possibly, but I am responsible for it, and if you won't use my cab, I've sworn to spend those 12 hours waiting outside your door. So now make up your mind." He gazed at Lecoq beseechingly, and it was evident that a refusal would wound him keenly. "Very well," replied Lecoq, "I will take you for the morning. Only I ought to warn you that we are starting on a long journey." "Oh, Cocottes' legs may be relied upon. My companion and myself have business in your own neighborhood. It is absolutely necessary for us to find the Widow Chupin's daughter in law, and I hope we shall be able to obtain her address from the police commissary of the district where the Poivriere is situated." "Very well, we will go wherever you wish. I am at your orders." A few moments later they were on their way. Papillon's features wore an air of self satisfied pride as, sitting erect on his box, he cracked his whip and encouraged the nimble Cocotte. The vehicle could not have got over the ground more rapidly if its driver had been promised 100 sous gratuity. Father Absinthe alone was sad. He had been forgiven by Lecoq, but he could not forget that he, an old police agent, had been duped as easily as if he had been some ignorant provincial. The thought was humiliating. And then, in addition, he had been fool enough to reveal the secret plans of the prosecution. He knew but too well that this act of folly had doubled the difficulties of Lecoq's task. The long drive in Father Papillon's cab was not a fruitless one. The secretary of the commissary of police for the 13th arrondissement informed Lecoq that Polyte Chupin's wife lived with her child in the suburbs, in the Rue de la Butte. He could not indicate the precise number, but he described the house and gave them some information concerning its occupants. The Widow Chupin's daughter in law, a native of Auvergne, had been bitterly punished for preferring a rakish Parisian ragamuffin to one of the grimy charcoal burners of the Puy de Dome. She was hardly more than 12 years of age when she first came to Paris and obtained employment in a large factory. After 10 years' privation and constant toil, she had managed to amass, sou by sou, the sum of 3,000 francs. Then her evil genius threw Polyte Chupin across her path. She fell in love with this dissipated, selfish rascal, and he married her for the sake of her little hoard. As long as the money lasted, that is, for some 3 or 4 months, matters went on pleasantly enough. But as soon as the last franc had been spent, Polyte left his wife, and complacently resumed his former life of idleness, thieving, and debauchery. When at times he returned home, it was merely with the view of robbing his wife of what little money she might have saved in the meanwhile; and periodically she uncomplainingly allowed him to despoil her of the last penny of her earnings. Horrible to relate, this unworthy rascal even tried to trade on her good looks. Here, however, he met with a strenuous resistance, a resistance which excited not merely his own ire, but also the hatred of the villain's mother, that old hag, the Widow Chupin. The result was that Polyte's wife was subjected to such incessant cruelty and persecution that one night she was forced to fly with only the rags that covered her. The Chupins, mother and son, believed perhaps that starvation would effect what their horrible threats and insidious counsel had failed to accomplish. Their shameful expectations were not, however, gratified. In mentioning these facts to Lecoq, the commissary's secretary added that they had become widely known, and that the unfortunate creature's force of character had won for her general respect. Among those she frequented, moreover, she was known by the nickname of Toinon the Virtuous, a rather vulgar, but at all events sincere tribute to her worth. Grateful for this information, Lecoq returned to the cab. The Rue de la Butte, whither Papillon was now directed to drive, proved to be very unlike the Boulevard Malesherbes, and one brief glance sufficed to show that opulence had not here fixed its abode. Luck seemed for the moment to have turned in Lecoq's favor. At all events, when he and Father Absinthe alighted at the corner of the street, it so happened that the very first person the young detective questioned concerning the virtuous Toinon was well acquainted with her whereabouts. The house in which she resided was pointed out, and Lecoq was instructed to go upstairs to the top floor and knock at the door in front of him. With such precise directions, the two detectives speedily reached Madame Polyte Chupin's abode. This proved to be a cold and gloomy attic of medium size, windowless, but provided with a small skylight. A straw pallet, a broken table, 2 chairs, and a few plain kitchen utensils constituted the sole appointments of this miserable garret. But in spite of the occupants' evident poverty, everything was neat and clean, and to use a forcible expression that fell from Father Absinthe, one could have eaten off the floor. The two detectives entered, and found a woman busily engaged in making a heavy linen sack. She was seated in the center of the room, directly under the skylight, so that the sun's rays might fall upon her work. At the sight of two strangers, she half rose from her chair, surprised, and perhaps a little frightened. But when Lecoq had explained that they desired a few moments' conversation with her, she gave up her own seat, and drawing the second chair from a corner, invited both detectives to sit down. Lecoq complied, but Father Absinthe declared that he preferred to remain standing. With a single glance, Lecoq took an inventory of the humble abode, and, so to speak, appraised the woman. She was short, stout, and of commonplace appearance. Her forehead was extremely low, being crowned by a forest of coarse black hair, while the expression of her large black eyes, set very close together, recalled the look of patient resignation one so often detects in ill-treated and neglected animals. Possibly, in former days, she might have possessed that fleeting attraction called the beauté du diable, but now she looked almost as old as her wretched mother-in-law. Sorrow and privation, excessive toil and ill treatment, had imparted to her face a livid hue, reddening her eyes and stamping deep furrows round about her temples. Still, there was an attribute of native honesty about her which even the foul atmosphere in which she had been compelled to live had not sufficed to taint. Her little boy furnished a striking contrast. He was pale and puny, his eyes gleamed with a phosphorescent brilliancy, and his hair was of a faded flaxen tint. One little circumstance attracted both detectives' attention. If the mother was attired in an old, thin, faded calico dress, the child was warmly clad in stout woolen material. "Madame, you have doubtless heard of a dreadful crime committed in your mother-in-law's establishment," began Lecoq in a soft voice. "Alas! yes, sir," replied Toinon the Virtuous, quickly adding: "But my husband could not have been implicated in it, since he is in prison." Did not this objection, forestalling, as it were, suspicion, betray the most horrible apprehensions? "Yes, I'm aware of that," replied Lecoq. "Polyte was arrested a fortnight ago." "Yes, and very unjustly, sir," replied the neglected wife. "He was led astray by his companions, wicked, desperate men. He is so weak when he has taken a glass of wine, that they can do whatever they like with him. If he were only left to himself, he would not harm a child. You have only to look at him." As she spoke, the virtuous Toinon turned her red and swollen eyes to a miserable photograph hanging against the wall. This blotchy smudge portrayed an exceedingly ugly, dissipated looking young man, afflicted with a terrible squint, and whose repulsive mouth was partially concealed by a faint mustache. This rake of the barrieres was Polyte Chupin; and yet, despite his unprepossessing aspect, there was no mistaking the fact that this unfortunate woman loved him, had always loved him. Besides, he was her husband. A moment's silence followed her indication of the portrait, an act which clearly revealed how deeply she worshipped her persecutor; and during this pause the attic door slowly and softly opened. Not of itself, however, for suddenly a man's head peered in. The intruder, whoever he was, instantly withdrew, uttering as he did so a low exclamation. The door was swiftly closed again. The key, which had been left on the outside, grated in the lock, and the occupants of the garret could hear hurried steps descending the stairs. Lecoq was sitting with his back to the door, and could not, therefore, see the intruder's face. Quickly as he had turned, he had failed to see who it was. And yet he was far from being surprised at the incident. Intuition explained its meaning. "That must have been the accomplice!" he cried. Thanks to his position, Father Absinthe had seen the man's face. "Yes," said he, "yes, it was the same man who made me drink with him yesterday." With a bound, both detectives threw themselves against the door, exhausting their strength in vain attempts to open it. It resisted all their efforts, for it was of solid oak, having been purchased by the landlord from some public building in process of demolition, and it was, moreover, furnished with a strong and massive fastening. "Help us!" cried Father Absinthe to the woman, who stood petrified with astonishment. "Give us a bar, a piece of iron, a nail, anything!" The younger man was making frantic efforts to push back the bolt, or to force the lock from the wood. He was wild with rage. At last, having succeeded in forcing the door open, they dashed out in pursuit of their mysterious adversary. On reaching the street, they eagerly questioned the bystanders. Having described the man as best they could, they found two persons who had seen him enter the house of Toinon the Virtuous, and a third who had seen him as he left. Some children who were playing in the middle of the street added that he had run off in the direction of the Rue du Moulin des Prés as fast as his legs could carry him. It was in this street, near the corner of the Rue de la Butte, that Lecoq had left old Papillon waiting with a cab. "Let us hasten there," proposed Father Absinthe. "Perhaps Papillon can give us some information." But Lecoq shook his head despondently. He would go no further. It would be of no use, he said. He had sufficient presence of mind to turn the key in the lock, and that saved him. He is at least 10 minutes in advance of us, and we should never overtake him. Father Absinthe could not restrain his anger. He looked upon this mysterious accomplice who had so cruelly duped him as a personal enemy, and he would willingly have given a month's pay to be able to lay his hand on his shoulder. Lecoq was quite as angry as his subordinate, and his vanity was likewise wounded. He felt, however, that coolness and deliberation were necessary. "Yes," said he, thoughtfully, "he's a shrewd and daring fellow, a perfect demon. He doesn't remain idle. If we are working, he's at work too. No matter what side I turn, I find him on the defensive. He foiled you, papa, in your effort to obtain a clue concerning Gustave's identity, and he made me appear a fool in arranging that little comedy at the Hotel de Mariembourg. His diligence has been wonderful. He has hitherto been in advance of us everywhere, and this fact explains the failures that have attended all my efforts. Here we arrived before him, but if he came here, it was because he scented danger. Hence we may hope. Now, let us get back and question Polyte's wife." Alas, poor Toinon the Virtuous did not understand the affair at all. She had remained upstairs, holding her child by the hand, and leaning over the baluster, her mind in great perplexity, and her eyes and ears on the alert. As soon as she perceived the two detectives coming up the stairs again, she hastened down to meet them. "In the name of Heaven, what does all this mean?" she asked. "Whatever has happened?" But Lecoq was not the man to tell his business on a landing, with inquisitive ears all around him; and before he answered Toinon, he made her go up into her own garret and securely close the door. "We started in pursuit of a man who is implicated in the murders at the Poivriere," he said. "One who came here hoping to find you alone, who was frightened at seeing us." "A murderer!" faltered Toinon, with clasped hands. "What could he want of me?" "Who knows? It is very probable that he is one of your husband's friends." "Oh, sir!" "Why did you not tell me just now that Polyte had some very undesirable acquaintances? But don't be alarmed. This does not compromise him in the least. Besides, you can very easily clear him of all suspicion." "How? In what way? Oh, tell me at once!" "Merely by answering me frankly, and by assisting me to find the guilty party. Now, among your husband's friends, don't you know any who might be capable of such a deed? Give me the names of his acquaintances." The poor woman's hesitation was evident. Undoubtedly she had been present at many sinister cabals, and had been threatened with terrible punishment if she dared to disclose the plans formed by Polyte or his associates. "You have nothing to fear," said Lecoq encouragingly, "and I promise you no one shall ever know that you have told me a word. Very probably you can tell me nothing more than I know already. I have heard a great deal about your former life, and the brutality with which Polyte and his mother have treated you." "My husband has never treated me brutally," said the young woman, indignantly. "Besides, that matter would only concern myself." "And your mother in law?" "She is, perhaps, a trifle quick tempered, but in reality she has a good heart." "Then if you were so happy at the Widow Chupin's house, why did you fly from it?" Toinon the Virtuous turned scarlet to the very roots of her hair. "I left for other reasons," she replied. "There were always a great many drunken men about the house, and sometimes, when I was alone, some of them tried to carry their pleasantry too far. You may say that I have a solid fist of my own, and that I am quite capable of protecting myself. That's true. But while I was away one day, some fellows were wicked enough to make this child drink to such an excess that when I came home I found him as stiff and cold as if he were dead. It was necessary to fetch a doctor, or else " She suddenly paused. Her eyes dilated. From red she turned livid, and in a hoarse, unnatural voice she cried: "Toto! Wretched child!" Lecoq looked behind him and shuddered. He understood everything. This child, not yet 5 years old, had stolen up behind him, and ferreting in the pockets of his overcoat, had rifled them of their contents. "Oh, well, yes," exclaimed the unfortunate mother, bursting into tears. "That's how it was. Directly the child was out of my sight, they used to take him into town. They took him into the crowded streets, and taught him to pick people's pockets, and bring them everything he could lay his hands on. If the child was detected, they were angry with him, and beat him; and if he succeeded, they gave him a sou to buy some sweets, and kept what he had taken." The luckless Toinon hid her face in her hands, and sobbed in an almost unintelligible voice: "Ah, I do not wish my little one to be a thief." But what this poor creature did not tell was that the man who had led the child out into the streets to teach him to steal was his own father and her husband, the ruffian Polyte Chupin. The two detectives plainly understood, however, that such was the case, and the father's crime was so horrible, and the woman's grief so great, that, familiar as they were with all the phases of crime, their very hearts were touched. Lecoq's main thought, however, was to shorten this painful scene. The poor mother's emotion was a sufficient guarantee of her sincerity. "Listen," said he, with affected harshness. "2 questions only, and then I will leave you. Was there a man named Gustave among the frequenters of the Poivriere?" "No, sir, I'm quite sure there wasn't." "Very well. But Lacheneur? You must know Lacheneur." "Yes, sir, I know him." The young police agent could not repress an exclamation of delight. "At last," thought he, "I have a clue that may lead me to the truth." "What kind of man is he?" he asked with intense anxiety. "Oh, he's not at all like the other men who come to drink at my mother in law's shop. I've only seen him once, but I remember him perfectly. It was on a Sunday. He was in a cab, and he stopped at the corner of the waste ground and spoke to Polyte. When he went away, my husband said to me: 'Do you see that old man there? He will make all our fortunes.' I thought him a very respectable looking gentleman." "That's enough," interrupted Lecoq. "Now it is necessary for you to tell the investigating magistrate all you know about him. I have a cab downstairs. Take your child with you, if you like, but make haste. Come quickly." Section 25. Recording by Don Evans. www.donmevans.com. Section 26 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Evans. Monsieur Lecoq, by Émile Gaboriau. Part 1, Section 26. The extreme uncertainty of the result was another attraction for M. Segmuller's investigating mind. Given the magnitude of the difficulties that were to be overcome, he rightly considered that if his efforts proved successful, he would have achieved a really wonderful victory, and, assisted by such a man as Lecoq, who had a positive genius for his calling, and in whom he recognized a most valuable auxiliary, he really felt confident of ultimate success. Even on returning home after the fatiguing labors of the day, he did not think of freeing himself from the burden of responsibility in relation to the business he had on hand, or of driving away care until the morrow. He dined in haste, and as soon as he had swallowed his coffee, began to study the case with renewed ardor. He had brought from his office a copy of the prisoner's narrative, which he attentively perused, not once or twice, but several times, seeking for some weak point that might be attacked with a probability of success. He analyzed every answer, and weighed one expression after another, striving as he did so to find some flaw through which he might slip a question calculated to shatter the structure of defense. He worked thus far into the night, and yet he was on his legs again at an early hour in the morning. By 8 o'clock he was not merely dressed and shaved, he had not merely taken his matutinal chocolate and arranged his papers, but he was actually on his way the Palais de Justice. He had quite forgotten that his own impatience was not shared by others. In point of fact, the Palais de Justice was scarcely awake when he arrived there. The doors had barely opened. The attendants were busy sweeping and dusting, or changing their ordinary garments for their official costumes. Some of them, standing in the windows of the long dressing room, were shaking and brushing the judges' and advocates' gowns; while in the great hall several clerks stood in a group, chaffing each other, while waiting for the arrival of the head registrar and the opening of the investigation offices. Monsieur Segmuller thought that he had better begin by consulting the public prosecutor, but he discovered that this functionary had not yet arrived. Angry and impatient, he proceeded to his own office, and with his eyes fixed on the clock, growled at the slowness of the minute hand. Just after 9 o'clock, Goguet, the smiling clerk, put in an appearance, and speedily learned the kind of humor his master was in. "Ah, you've come at last!" gruffly ejaculated Monsieur Segmuller, momentarily oblivious of the fact that he himself scarcely ever arrived before 10, and that 9:15 was certainly early for his clerk. Goguet's curiosity had indeed prompted him to hurry to the Palais. Still, although well aware that he did not deserve a reprimand, he endeavored to mumble an excuse cut short by Monsieur Segmuller in such unusually harsh tones that for once in a way Goguet's habitual smile faded from his face. "It's evident," thought he, "that the wind's blowing from a bad quarter this morning." With which reflection he philosophically put on his black sleeves, and going to his table, pretended to be absorbed in the task of mending his pens and preparing his paper. In the meanwhile, Monsieur Segmuller, who was usually calmness personified and dignity par excellence, paced restlessly to and fro. At times he would sit down, and then suddenly spring to his feet again, gesticulating impatiently as he did so. Indeed, he seemed unable to remain quiet for a moment. "The prosecution is evidently making no headway," thought the clerk. "My prospects are encouraging." Owing to the magistrate's harsh reception, the idea delighted him; and indeed, letting his rancor have the upper hand, Goguet actually offered up a prayer that the prisoner might get the better of the fight. From 9:30 till 10 o'clock, Monsieur Segmuller rang for his messenger at least 5 times, and each time he asked him the same questions. "Are you sure that Monsieur Lecoq has not been here this morning? Inquire. If he has not been here, he must certainly have sent some one, or else have written to me." Each time the astonished doorkeeper replied: "No one has been here, and there is no letter for you." 5 identical negative answers to the same inquiries only increased the magistrate's wrath and impatience. "It is inconceivable!" he exclaimed. "Here I am upon coals of fire, and that man dares to keep me waiting. Where can he be?" At last he ordered a messenger to go and see if he could not find Lecoq somewhere in the neighborhood, perhaps in some restaurant or cafe. At all events, he must be found and brought back immediately," said he. When the man had started, M. Segmuller began to recover his composure. "We must not lose valuable time," he said to his clerk. "I was to examine the Widow Chupin's son. I had better do so now. Go and tell them to bring him to me." Lecoq left the order at the prison. In less than a quarter of an hour, Polyte entered the room. From head to foot, from his lofty silk cap to his gaudy colored carpet slippers, he was indeed the original of the portrait upon which poor Toinon the Virtuous had lavished such loving glances. And yet the photograph was flattering. The lens had failed to convey the expression of low cunning that distinguished the man's features, the impudence of his leering smile, and the mingled cowardice and ferocity of his eyes, which never looked another person in the face. Nor could the portrait depict the unwholesome, livid pallor of his skin, the restless blinking of his eyelids, and the constant movement of his thin lips as he drew them tightly over his short, sharp teeth. There was no mistaking his nature. One glance, and he was estimated at his worth. When he had answered the preliminary questions, telling the magistrate that he was 30 years of age, and that he had been born in Paris, he assumed a pretentious attitude and waited to see what else was coming. But before proceeding with the real matter in hand, Monsieur Segmuller wished to relieve the complacent scoundrel of some of his insulting assurance. Accordingly, he reminded Polyte, in forcible terms, that his sentence in the affair in which he was now implicated would depend very much upon his behavior and answers during the present examination. Polyte listened with a nonchalant and even ironical air. In fact, this indirect threat scarcely touched him. Having previously made inquiries, he had ascertained that he could not be condemned to more than 6 months' imprisonment for the offense for which he had been arrested. And what did a month more or less matter to him? The magistrate, who read this thought in Polyte's eyes, cut his preamble short. "Justice," said he, "now requires some information from you concerning the frequenters of your mother's establishment." "Oh, there are a great many of them, sir," answered Polyte in a harsh voice. "Do you know one of them named Gustave?" "No, sir." To insist would probably awaken suspicion in Polyte's mind. Accordingly, Monsieur Segmuller continued: "You must, however, remember Lacheneur." "Lacheneur? No, this is the first time I've heard that name. Take care. The police have means of finding out a great many things." The scapegrace did not flinch. "I am telling the truth, sir," he retorted. "What interest could I possibly have in deceiving you?" Scarcely had he finished speaking than the door suddenly opened, and Toinon the Virtuous entered the room, carrying her child in her arms. On perceiving her husband, she uttered a joyful exclamation and sprang toward him. But Polyte, stepping back, gave her such a threatening glance that she remained rooted to the spot. "It must be an enemy who pretends that I know any one named Lacheneur," cried the Barriere bully. "I should like to kill the person who uttered such a falsehood. Yes, kill him. I will never forgive it." Section 26. Recording by Don Evans. www.donmevans.com. Section 27 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Evans. Monsieur Lecoq, by Émile Gaboriau, Part 1, Section 27. The messenger whom M. Segmuller had instructed to go in search of Lecoq was not at all displeased with the errand, for it enabled him to leave his post and take a pleasant little stroll through the neighborhood. He first of all proceeded to the Prefecture of Police, going the longest way round as a matter of course; but, on reaching his destination, he could find no one who had seen the young detective. Accordingly, M. Segmuller's envoy retraced his steps, and leisurely sauntered through the restaurants, cafes, and wine shops installed in the vicinity of the Palais de Justice, and dependent on the customers it brought them. Being of a conscientious turn of mind, he entered each establishment in succession, and meeting now and again various acquaintances, he felt compelled to proffer and accept numerous glances of the favorite morning beverage, white wine. Turn which way he would, however, loiter as long as he might, there were still no signs of Lecoq. He was returning in haste, a trifle uneasy on account of the length of his absence, when he perceived a cab pull up in front of the Palais gateway. A second glance, and, oh, great good fortune! he saw Lecoq, Father Absinthe, and the virtuous Toinon alight from this very vehicle. His peace of mind at once returned, and it was in a very important and somewhat husky tone that he delivered the order for Lecoq to follow him without a minute's delay. "Monsieur Segmuller has asked for you a number of times," said he. "He has been extremely impatient, and he is in a very bad humor. So you may expect to have your head snapped off in the most expeditious manner." Lecoq smiled as he went up the stairs. Was he not bringing with him the most potent of justifications? He thought of the agreeable surprise he had in store for the magistrate, and fancied he could picture the sudden brightening of that functionary's gloomy face. And yet fate so willed it that the doorkeeper's message and his urgent appeal that Lecoq should not loiter on the way produced the most unfortunate results. Believing that Monsieur Segmuller was anxiously waiting for him, Lecoq saw nothing wrong in opening the door of the magistrate's room without previously knocking; and being anxious to justify his absence, he yielded, moreover, to the impulse that led him to push forward the poor woman whose testimony might prove so decisive. When he saw, however, that the magistrate was not alone, and when he recognized Polyte Chupin, the original of the photograph, in the man Monsieur Segmuller was examining, his stupefaction became intense. He instantly perceived his mistake and understood its consequences. There was only one thing to be done. He must prevent any exchange of words between the two. Accordingly, springing toward Toinon and seizing her roughly by the arm, he ordered her to leave the room at once. But the poor creature was quite overcome, and trembled like a leaf. Her eyes were fixed upon her unworthy husband, and the happiness she felt at seeing him again shone plainly in her anxious gaze. Just for 1 second, and then she caught his withering glance, and heard his words of menace. Terror stricken, she staggered back, and then Lecoq seized her around the waist, and lifting her with his strong arms, carried her out into the passage. The whole scene had been so brief that Monsieur Segmuller was still forming the order for Toinon to be removed from the room, when he found the door closed again, and himself and Goguet alone with Polyte. "Ah, ah!" thought the smiling clerk in a flutter of delight, "this is something new." But as these little diversions never made him forget his duties, he leaned toward the magistrate and asked: "Shall I take down the last words the witness uttered?" "Certainly," replied M. Segmuller, "and word for word, if you please." He paused. The door opened again, this time to admit the magistrate's messenger, who timidly, and with a rather guilty air, handed his master a note, and then withdrew. This note, scribbled in pencil by Lecoq on a leaf torn from his memorandum book, gave the magistrate the name of the woman who had just entered his room, and recapitulated briefly but clearly the information obtained in the Rue de la Butte aux Cailles. "That young fellow thinks of everything," murmured M. Segmuller. The meaning of the scene that had just occurred was now explained to him. He understood everything. He bitterly regretted this unfortunate meeting, at the same time casting the blame on his own impatience and lack of caution, which, as soon as the messenger had started in search of Lecoq, had induced him to summon Polyte Chupin. Although he could not conceal from himself the enormous influence this seemingly trivial incident might have, still he would not allow himself to be cast down, but prepared to resume his examination of Polyte Chupin in hopes of yet obtaining the information he desired. "Let us proceed," he said to Polyte, who had not moved since his wife had been taken from the room, being to all appearances sublimely indifferent to everything passing around him. To the magistrate's proposal he carelessly nodded assent. "Was that your wife who came in just now?" asked M. Segmuller. "Yes." "She wished to embrace you, and you repulsed her." "I didn't repulse her." "You kept her at a distance, at all events. If you had a spark of affection in your nature, you would at least have looked at your child, which she held out to you. Why did you behave in that manner?" "It wasn't the time for sentiment." "You are not telling the truth. You simply desired to attract her attention, to influence her evidence." "I influence her evidence? I don't understand you." "But for that supposition your words would have been meaningless." "What words?" The magistrate turned to his clerk. "Goguet," said he, "read the last remark you took down." In a monotonous voice the smiling clerk repeated: "I should like to kill the person who dared to say that I knew Lacheneur." "Well, then," insisted M. Segmuller, "what did you mean by that?" "It's very easy to understand, sir." M. Segmuller rose. "Don't prevaricate any longer," he said. "You certainly ordered your wife not to say anything about Lacheneur. That's evident. Why did you do so? What are you afraid of her telling us? Do you suppose the police are ignorant of your acquaintance with Lacheneur? Of your conversation with him when he came in a cab to the corner of the waste ground near your mother's wine shop? And of the hopes of fortune you based upon his promises? Be guided by me. Confess everything while there is yet time, and abandon the present course which may lead you into serious danger. One may be an accomplice in more ways than one." As these words fell in Polyte's ears, it was evident his impudence and indifference had received a severe shock. He seemed confounded, and hung his head as if thoroughly abashed. Still he preserved an obstinate silence, and the magistrate, finding that this last thrust had failed to produce any effect, gave up the fight in despair. He rang the bell, and ordered the guard to conduct the witness back to prison, and to take every precaution to prevent him seeing his wife again. When Polyte had departed, Lecoq re entered the room. "Ah, sir," said he despondently, "to think that I didn't draw out of this woman everything she knew when I might have done so easily. But I thought you would be waiting for me, and made haste to bring her here. I thought I was acting for the best. Never mind, the misfortune can be repaired. No, sir, no. Since she has seen her husband, it is quite impossible to get her to speak. She loves that rascal intensely, and he has a wonderful influence over her. You heard what he said. He threatened her with death if she breathed a word about Lacheneur, and she is so terrified that there is no hope of making her speak." Lecoq's apprehension was based on fact, as M. Segmuller himself perceived the instant Toinon the Virtuous again set foot in his office. The poor creature seemed nearly heartbroken, and it was evident she would have given her life to retract the words that had escaped her when first questioned by Lecoq. Polyte's threat had aroused the most sinister apprehensions in her mind. Not understanding his connection with the affair, she asked herself if her testimony might not prove his death warrant. Accordingly, she answered all M. Segmuller's questions with "No," or "I don't know," and retracted everything she had previously stated to Lecoq. She swore that she had been misunderstood, that her words had been misconstrued, and vowed on her mother's memory that she had never heard the name of Lacheneur before. At last she burst into wild, despairing sobs, and pressed her frightened child against her breast. What could be done to overcome this foolish obstinacy, as blind and unreasoning as a brute's? Monsieur Segmuller hesitated. "You may retire, my good woman," said he kindly, after a moment's pause. "But remember that your strange silence injures your husband far more than anything you could say." She left the room, or rather she rushed wildly from it, as though only too eager to escape; and the magistrate and the detective exchanged glances of dismay and consternation. "I said so before," thought Goujet. "The prisoner knows what he's about. I would be willing to bet 100 to 1 in his favor." Section 27. Recording by Don Evans. www.donmevans.com. Section 28 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Evans. Monsieur Lecoq, by Émile Gaboriau, Part 1, Section 28. A French investigating magistrate is possessed of almost unlimited powers. No one can hamper him, no one can give him orders. The entire police force is at his disposal. One word from him, and 20 agents, or 100 if need be, search Paris, ransack France, or explore Europe. If there be any one whom he believes able to throw light upon an obscure point, he simply sends an order to that person to appear before him, and the man must come, even if he lives 100 leagues away. Such is the magistrate, such are his powers. On the other hand, the prisoner, charged with a crime, but as yet unconvicted, is confined, unless his offense be of a trivial description, in what is called a secret cell. He is, so to say, cut off from the number of the living. He knows nothing of what may be going on in the world outside. He cannot tell what witnesses may have been called, or what they may have said; and in his uncertainty he asks himself again and again how far the prosecution has been able to establish the charges against him. Such is the prisoner's position. And yet, despite the fact that the two adversaries are so unequally armed, the man in the secret cell not unfrequently wins the victory. If he is sure that he has left behind him no proof of his having committed the crime, if he has no guilty antecedents to be afraid of, he can, impregnable in a defense of absolute denial, brave all the attacks of justice. Such was, at this moment, the situation of May, the mysterious murderer, as both Monsieur Segmuller and Lecoq were forced to admit, with mingled grief and anger. They had hoped to arrive at a solution of the problem by examining Polyte Chupin and his wife, and they had been disappointed, for the prisoner's identity remained as problematical as ever. "And yet," exclaimed the magistrate impatiently, "these people know something about this matter, and if they would only speak. But they won't. What motive is it that keeps them silent? This is what we must discover. Who will tell us the price that has been promised Polyte Chupin for his silence? What recompense can he count upon? It must be a great one, for he is braving real danger." Lecoq did not immediately reply to the magistrate's successive queries, but it was easy to see from his knit brows that his mind was hard at work. "You ask me, sir," he eventually remarked, "what reward has been promised Chupin? I ask, on my part, who can have promised him this reward?" "Who has promised it? Why, plainly, the accomplice who has beaten us on every point." "Yes," rejoined Lecoq, "I suppose it must have been he. It certainly looks like his handiwork. Now, what artifice can he have used? We know how he managed to have an interview with the Widow Chupin, but how has he succeeded in getting at Polyte, who is in prison, closely watched?" The young detective's insinuation, vague as it was, did not escape M. Segmuller. "What do you mean?" asked the latter, with an air of mingled surprise and indignation. "You can't suppose that one of the keepers has been bribed?" Lecoq shook his head in a somewhat equivocal manner. "I mean nothing," he replied. "I don't suspect anyone. All I want is information. Has Chupin been forewarned or not?" "Yes, of course he has." "Then if that point is admitted, it can only be explained in two ways. Either there are informers in the prison, or else Chupin has been allowed to see some visitor." These suppositions evidently worried M. Segmuller, who for a moment seemed to hesitate between the two opinions. Then, suddenly making up his mind, he rose from his chair, took up his hat, and said: "This matter must be cleared up. Come with me, Monsieur Lecoq." A couple of minutes later the magistrate and the detective had reached the Depot, which is connected with the Palais de Justice by a narrow passage, especially reserved for official use. The prisoners' morning rations had just been served to them, and the governor was walking up and down the courtyard in the company of Inspector Gaboriau. As soon as he perceived M. Segmuller, he hastened toward him and asked if he had not come about the prisoner May. As the magistrate nodded assent, the governor at once added: "Well, I was only just now telling Inspector Gaboriau that I was very well satisfied with May's behavior. It has not only been quite unnecessary to place him in the strait waistcoat again, but his mood seems to have changed entirely. He eats with a good appetite, he is as gay as a lark, and he constantly laughs and jests with his keeper." Gevrol had pricked up his ears when he heard himself named by the governor, and, considering this mention to be a sufficient introduction, he thought there would be no impropriety in his listening to the conversation. Accordingly, he approached the others, and noted with some satisfaction the troubled glances which Lecoq and the magistrate exchanged. M. Segmuller was plainly perplexed. May's gay manner, to which the governor of the Depot alluded, might perhaps have been assumed for the purpose of sustaining his character as a jester and buffoon. It might be due to a certainty of defeating the judicial inquiry, or, who knows? The prisoner had perhaps received some favorable news from outside. With Lecoq's last words still ringing in his ears, it is no wonder that the magistrate should have dwelt on this last supposition. "Are you quite sure," he asked, "that no communication from outside can reach the inmates of the secret cells?" The governor of the Depot was cut to the quick by M. Segmuller's implied doubt. What! Were his subordinates suspected? Was his own professional honesty impugned? He could not help lifting his hands to heaven in mute protest against such an unjust charge. "Am I sure?" he exclaimed. "Then you can never have visited the secret cells. You have no idea, then, of their situation. You are unacquainted with the triple bolts that secure the doors, the grating that shuts out the sunlight, to say nothing of the guard who walks beneath the windows day and night. Why, a bird couldn't even reach the prisoners in those cells." Such a description was bound to reassure the most skeptical mind, and M. Segmuller breathed again. "Now that I am easy on that score," said he, "I should like some information about another prisoner, a fellow named Chupin, who isn't in the secret cells. I want to know if any visitor came for him yesterday." "I must speak to the registrar," replied the governor, "before I can answer you with certainty. Wait a moment, though. Here comes a man who can perhaps tell us. He is usually on guard at the entrance. Here, Ferraud, this way." The man to whom the governor called hastened to obey the summons. "Do you know whether anyone asked to see the prisoner Chupin yesterday?" "Yes, sir. I went to fetch Chupin to the parlor myself." "And who was his visitor?" eagerly asked Lecoq. "Wasn't he a tall man, very red in the face?" "Excuse me, sir, the visitor was a lady." His aunt, at least so Chupin told me." Neither M. Segmuller nor Lecoq could restrain an exclamation of surprise. "What was she like?" they both asked at the same time. "She was short," replied the attendant, "with a very fair complexion and light hair. She seemed to be a very respectable woman." "It must have been one of the female fugitives who escaped from the Widow Chupin's hovel," exclaimed Lecoq. Gevrol, hitherto an attentive listener, burst into a loud laugh. "Still that Russian princess!" said he. Neither the magistrate nor the young detective relished this unseasonable jest. "You forget yourself, sir," said M. Segmuller severely. "You forget that the sneers you address to your comrade also apply to me." The general saw that he had gone too far, and while glancing hatefully at Lecoq, he mumbled an apology to the magistrate. The latter did not apparently hear him, for, bowing to the governor, he motioned Lecoq to follow him away. "Run to the Prefecture of Police," he said, as soon as they were out of hearing, "and ascertain how and under what pretext this woman obtained permission to see Polyte Chupin." Section 28. Recording by Don Evans. www.donmevans.com. Section 29 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Evans. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 1, Section 29. On his way back to his office, Monsieur Segmuller mentally reviewed the position of affairs, and came to the conclusion that as he had failed to take the citadel of defense by storm, he must resign himself to a regular protracted siege. He was exceedingly annoyed at the constant failures that had attended all Lecoq's efforts. For time was on the wing, and he knew that in a criminal investigation delay only increased the uncertainty of success. The more promptly a crime is followed by judicial action, the easier it is to find the culprit and prove his guilt. The longer investigation is delayed, the more difficult it becomes to adduce conclusive evidence. In the present instance there were various matters that M. Segmuller might at once attend to. With which should he begin? Ought he not to confront May, the Widow Chupin, and Polyte, with the bodies of their victims? Such horrible meetings have at times the most momentous results, and more than one murderer, when unexpectedly brought into the presence of his victim's lifeless corpse, has changed color and lost his assurance. Then there were other witnesses whom M. Segmuller might examine. Papillon, the cab driver; the concierge of the house in the Rue de Bourgogne, where the two women flying from the Poivriere had momentarily taken refuge, as well as a certain Madame Milner, landlady of the Hotel de Mariembourg. In addition, it would also be advisable to summon, with the least possible delay, some of the people residing in the vicinity of the Poivriere, together with some of Polyte's habitual companions, and the landlord of the Rainbow, where the victims and the murderer had apparently passed the evening of the crime. Of course, there was no reason to expect any great revelations from any of these witnesses. Still, they might know something. They might have an opinion to express. And in the present darkness, one single ray of light, however faint, might mean salvation. Obeying the magistrate's orders, Goguet, the smiling clerk, had just finished drawing up at least a dozen summonses, when Lecoq returned from the Prefecture. M. Segmuller at once asked him the result of his errand. "Ah, sir," replied the young detective, "I have a fresh proof of that mysterious accomplice's skill. The permit that was used yesterday to see young Chupin was in the name of his mother's sister, a woman named Rose Pitard. A visiting card was given her more than a week ago, in compliance with a request endorsed by the commissary of police of her district. The magistrate's surprise was so intense that it imparted to his face an almost ludicrous expression. "Is this aunt also in the plot?" he murmured. "I don't think so," replied Lecoq, shaking his head. "At all events, it wasn't she who went to the prison parlor yesterday. The clerks at the Prefecture remember the widow's sister very well, and gave me a full description of her. She's a woman over 5 feet high, with a very dark complexion, and very wrinkled and weather beaten about the face. She's quite 60 years old, whereas yesterday's visitor was short and fair, and not more than 45." "If that's the case," interrupted M. Segmuller, "this visitor must be one of our fugitives." "I don't think so." "Who do you suppose she was, then?" "Why, the landlady of the Hotel de Mariembourg, that clever woman who succeeded so well in deceiving me. But she had better take care. There are means of verifying my suspicions." The magistrate scarcely heard Lecoq's last words, so enraged was he at the inconceivable audacity and devotion displayed by so many people, all of whom were apparently willing to run the greatest risks so long as they could only assure the murderer's incognito. "But how could the accomplice have known of the existence of this permit?" he asked, after a pause. "Oh, nothing could be easier, sir," replied Lecoq. "When the Widow Chupin and the accomplice had that interview at the station house near the Barriere d'Italie, they both realized the necessity of warning Polyte. While trying to devise some means of getting to him, the old woman remembered her sister's visiting card, and the man made some excuse to borrow it." "Yes, such must be the case," said M. Segmuller approvingly. "It will be necessary to ascertain, however." "And I will ascertain," interrupted Lecoq with a resolute air. "If you will only entrust the matter to me, sir, if you will authorize me, I will have 2 spies on the watch before to night, one in the Rue de la Butte aux Cailles, and the other at the door of the Hotel de Mariembourg. If the accomplice ventured to visit Toinon or Madame Milner, he would be arrested, and then we should have our turn." However, there was no time to waste in vain words and idle boasting. Lecoq therefore checked himself, and took up his hat, preparatory to departure. "Now," said he, "I must ask you, sir, for my liberty. If you have any orders, you will find a trusty messenger in the corridor, Father Absinthe, one of my colleagues. I want to find out something about Lacheneur's letter and the diamond earring." "Go, then," replied M. Segmuller, "and good luck to you." Good luck! Yes, indeed, Lecoq looked for it. If up to the present moment he had taken his successive defeats good humoredly, it was because he believed that he had a talisman in his pocket which was bound to insure ultimate victory. "I shall be very stupid if I can't discover the owner of such a valuable jewel," he soliloquized, referring to the diamond earring. "And when I find the owner, I shall at the same time discover our mysterious prisoner's identity." The first step to be taken was to ascertain whom the earring had been bought from. It would naturally be a tedious process to go from jeweler to jeweler and ask: "Do you know this jewel? Was it set by you, and if so, whom did you sell it to?" But fortunately Lecoq was acquainted with a man whose knowledge of the trade might at once throw light on the matter. This individual was an old Hollander, named Van Neumann, who, as a connoisseur in precious stones, was probably without his rival in Paris. He was employed by the Prefecture of Police as an expert in all such matters. He was considered rich. Despite his shabby appearance, he was rightly considered rich; and in point of fact, he was indeed far more wealthy than people generally supposed. Diamonds were his especial passion, and he always had several in his pocket in a little box, which he would pull out and open at least a dozen times an hour, just as a snuff taker continually produces his snuff box. This worthy man greeted Lecoq very affably. He put on his glasses, examined the jewel with a grimace of satisfaction, and, in the tone of an oracle, remarked: That stone is worth 8,000 francs, and it was set by Doisty in the Rue de la Paix." 20 minutes later, Lecoq entered this well known jeweler's establishment. Van Numen had not been mistaken. Doisty immediately recognized the earring, which had, indeed, come from his shop. But whom had he sold it to? He could not recollect, for it had passed out of his hands 3 or 4 years before. "Wait a minute, though," said he. "I will just ask my wife, who has a wonderful memory." Madame Doisty truly deserved this eulogium. A single glance at the jewel enabled her to say that she had seen this earring before, and that the pair had been purchased from them by the Marchioness d'Arlange. "You must recollect," she added, turning to her husband, "that the Marchioness only gave us 9,000 francs on account, and that we had all the trouble in the world to make her pay the balance." Her husband did remember this circumstance, and in recording his recollection he exchanged a significant glance with his wife. "Now," said the detective, "I should like to have this Marchioness's address." "She lives in the Faubourg Saint Germain," replied Madame Doisty, "near the Esplanade des Invalides." Section 29. Recording by Don Evans. www.donmevans.com. Section 30 of Monsieur Lecoq, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Don Evans. Monsieur Lecoq by Émile Gaboriau, Part 1, Section 30. Lecoq had refrained from any sign of satisfaction while he was in the jeweler's presence, but directly he had left the shop he evinced such delirious joy that the passers by asked themselves in amazement if he were not mad. He did not walk, but fairly danced over the stones, gesticulating in the most ridiculous fashion as he addressed this triumphant monologue to the empty air. "At last," said he, "this affair emerges from the mystery that has enshrouded it. At last I reach the veritable actors in the drama, the exalted personages whose existence I had suspected. Ah, Gevrol, my illustrious general, you talked about a Russian princess, but you will be obliged to content yourself with a simple marchioness." But the vertigo that had seized the young detective gradually disappeared. His good sense reasserted itself, and looking calmly at the situation, he felt that he should need all his presence of mind, penetration, and sagacity to bring the expedition to a successful finish. What course should he pursue on entering the Marchioness's presence, in order to draw from her a full confession and to obtain full particulars of the murder, as well as the murderer's name? "It will be best to threaten her, to frighten her into confession," he soliloquized. "If I give her time for reflection, I shall learn nothing." He paused in his cogitations, for he had reached the residence of the Marchioness d'Arlange, a charming mansion with a courtyard in front and garden in the rear. Before entering, he deemed it advisable to obtain some information concerning the inmates. "It is here, then," he murmured, "that I am to find the solution of the enigma. Here, behind these embroidered curtains, dwells the frightened fugitive of the other night. What agony of fear must torture her since she has discovered the loss of her earring!" For more than an hour, standing under a neighbor's porte cochere, Lecoq remained watching the house. He would have liked to see the face of anyone, but the time passed by, and not even a shadow could be detected behind the curtain. Not even a servant passed across the courtyard. At last, losing patience, the young detective determined to make inquiries in the neighborhood, for he could not take a decisive step without obtaining some knowledge of the people he was to encounter. While wondering where he could obtain the information he required, he perceived, on the opposite side of the street, the keeper of a wine shop smoking on his doorstep. At once approaching, and pretending that he had forgotten an address, Lecoq politely asked for the house where Marchioness d'Arlange resided. Without a word, and without condescending to take his pipe from his mouth, the man pointed to the mansion which Lecoq had previously watched. There was a way, however, to make him more communicative, namely, to enter the shop, call for something to drink, and invite the landlord to drink as well. This is what Lecoq did, and the sight of two well-filled glasses unbound, as by enchantment, the man's hitherto silent tongue. The young detective could not have found a better person to question, for this same individual had been established in the neighborhood for 10 years, and enjoyed among the servants of the aristocratic families here residing a certain amount of confidence. "I pity you if you are going to the Marchioness's house to collect a bill," he remarked to Lecoq. "You will have plenty of time to learn the way here before you see your money. You will only be another of the many creditors who never let her bell alone." "The deuce! Is she as poor as that?" "Poor! Why, everyone knows that she has a comfortable income, without counting this house. But when one spends double one's income every year, you know " The landlord stopped short to call Lecoq's attention to two ladies who were passing along the street, one of them a woman of 40, dressed in black, the other a girl halfway through her teens. "There," quoth the wine seller, "goes the Marchioness's granddaughter, Mademoiselle Claire, with her governess, Mademoiselle Smith." Lecoq's head whirled. "Her granddaughter?" he stammered. "Yes, the daughter of her deceased son, if you prefer it." "How old is the Marchioness, then?" "At least 60, but one would never suspect it. She is one of those persons who live 100 years, and what an old wretch she is, too. She would think no more of knocking me over the head than I would of emptying this glass of wine." "Excuse me," interrupted Lecoq, "but does she live alone in that great house?" "Yes, that is, with her granddaughter, the governess, and 2 servants. But what is the matter with you?" This last question was not uncalled for Lecoq had turned deadly white. The magic edifice of his hopes had crumbled beneath the weight of this man's words as completely as if it were some frail house of cards erected by a child. He had only sufficient strength to murmur, "Nothing, nothing at all." Then, as he could endure this torture of uncertainty no longer, he went toward the Marchioness's house and rang the bell. The servant who came to open the door examined him attentively, and then announced that Madame d'Arlange was in the country. He evidently fancied that Lecoq was a creditor. But the young detective insisted so adroitly, giving the lackey to understand so explicitly that he did not come to collect money, and speaking so earnestly of urgent business, that the servant finally admitted him to the hall, saying that he would go and see if Madame had really gone out. Fortunately for Lecoq, she happened to be at home, and an instant afterward the valet returned, requesting the young detective to follow him. After passing through a large and magnificently furnished drawing room, they reached a charming boudoir, hung with rose-colored curtains, where, sitting by the fireside in a large easy chair, Lecoq found an old woman, tall, bony, and terrible of aspect, her face loaded with paint, and her person covered with ornaments. The aged coquette was Madame, the Marchioness, who, for the time being, was engaged in knitting a strip of green wool. She turned toward her visitor just enough to show him the rouge on one cheek, and then, as he seemed rather frightened, a fact flattering to her vanity, she spoke in an affable tone. "Ah, well, young man," said she, "what brings you here?" In point of fact, Lecoq was not frightened, but he was intensely disappointed to find that Madame d'Arlange could not possibly be one of the women who had escaped from the Widow Chupin's hovel on the night of the murder. There was nothing about her appearance that corresponded in the least degree with the description given by Papillon. Remembering the small footprints left in the snow by the two fugitives, the young detective glanced, moreover, at the Marchioness's feet, just perceivable beneath her skirt, and his disappointment reached its climax when he found that they were truly colossal in size. "Well, are you dumb?" inquired the old lady, raising her voice. Without making a direct reply, Lecoq produced the precious earring, and, placing it upon a table beside the Marchioness, remarked: "I bring you this jewel, madame, which I have found, and which, I am told, belongs to you." Madame d'Arlange laid down her knitting and proceeded to examine the earring. "It is true," she said, after a moment, "that this ornament formerly belonged to me. It was a fancy I had about 4 years ago, and it cost me dear, at least 20,000 francs. Ah! Doisty, the man who sold me those diamonds, must make a handsome income. But I had a granddaughter to educate, and pressing need of money compelled me to sell them." "To whom?" asked Lecoq eagerly. "Eh?" exclaimed the old lady, evidently shocked at his audacity. "You are very inquisitive, upon my word. Excuse me, madame, but I am anxious to find the owner of this valuable ornament." Madame d'Arlange regarded her visitor with an air of mingled curiosity and surprise. "Such honesty!" said she. "Ah! Oh, and of course you don't hope for a sou by way of reward?" "Madame!" "Good, good. There is not the least need for you to turn as red as a poppy, young man. I sold these diamonds to a great Austrian lady, the Baroness de Watchau. And where does this lady reside? At the Pere Lachaise, probably, since she died about a year ago. Ah! these women of the present day! An extra waltz, or the merest draught, and it's all over with them. In my time, after each gallop, we girls used to swallow a tumbler of sweetened wine, and sit down between two open doors, and we did very well, as you see." "But, madame," insisted Lecoq, "the Baroness de Watchau must have left some one behind her, a husband or children." "No one but a brother, who holds a court position at Vienna, and who could not leave even to attend the funeral. He sent orders that all his sister's personal property should be sold, not even excepting her wardrobe, and the money sent to him." Lecoq could not repress an exclamation of disappointment. "How unfortunate!" he murmured. "Why?" asked the old lady. "Under these circumstances the diamond will probably remain in your hands, and I am rejoiced that it should be so. It will be a fitting reward for your honesty." Madame d'Arlange was naturally not aware that her remark implied the most exquisite torture for Lecoq. Ah! if it should be as she said, if he should never find the lady who had lost this costly jewel! Smarting under the Marchioness's unintended irony, he would have liked to apostrophize her in angry terms, but it could not be; for it was advisable, if not absolutely necessary, that he should conceal his true identity. Accordingly, he contrived to smile, and even stammered an acknowledgment of Madame d'Arlange's good wishes. Then, as if he had no more to expect, he made her a low bow and withdrew. This new misfortune well nigh overwhelmed him. One by one all the threads upon which he had relied to guide him out of this intricate labyrinth were breaking in his hands. In the present instance he could scarcely be the dupe of some fresh comedy, for if the murderer's accomplice had taken Doisty, the jeweler, into his confidence, he would have instructed him to say that the earring had never come from his establishment, and that he could not consequently tell whom it had been sold to. On the contrary, however, Doisty and his wife had readily given Madame d'Arlange's name, and all the circumstances pointed in favor of their sincerity. Then again, there was good reason to believe in the veracity of the Marchioness's assertions. They were sufficiently authenticated by a significant glance when Lecoq had detected between the jeweler and his wife. The meaning of this glance could not be doubted. It implied plainly that both husband and wife were of opinion that in buying these earrings the Marchioness engaged in one of those little speculations which are more common than many people might suppose among ladies moving in high class society. Being in urgent want of ready money, she had bought on credit at a high price to sell for cash at a loss. As Lecoq was anxious to investigate the matter as far as possible, he returned to Doisty's establishment, and by a plausible pretext succeeded in gaining a sight of the books in which the jeweler recorded his transactions. He soon found the sale of the earrings duly recorded, specified by Madame Doisty at the date, both in the day book and the ledger. Madame d'Arlange first paid 9,000 francs on account, and the balance of the purchase money, an equivalent sum, had been received in installments at long intervals subsequently. Now, if it had been easy for Madame Milner to make a false entry in her traveller's registry at the Hotel de Mariembourg, it was absurd to suppose that the jeweler had falsified all his accounts for 4 years. Hence the facts were indisputable, and yet the young detective was not satisfied. He hurried to the Faubourg Saint Honore, to the house formerly occupied by the Baroness de Watchau, and there found a good natured concierge who at once informed him that after the Baroness's death her furniture and personal effects had been taken to the great auction mart in the Rue Drouot, the sale being conducted by Monsieur Petit, the eminent auctioneer. Without losing a minute, Lecoq hastened to the individual's office. Monsieur Le Petit remembered the Watchau sale very well. It had made quite a sensation at the time, and on searching among his papers he soon found a long catalogue of the various articles sold. Several lots of jewelry were mentioned, with the sums paid, and the names of the purchasers; but there was not the slightest allusion to these particular earrings. When Lecoq produced the diamond he had in his pocket, the auctioneer could not remember that he had ever seen it; though, of course, this was no evidence to the contrary, for, as he himself remarked, so many articles passed through his hands. However, this much he could declare upon oath: the Baroness's brother, her only heir, had preserved nothing, not so much as a pin's worth of his sister's effects, although he had been in a great hurry to receive the proceeds, which amounted to the pleasant sum of 167,530 francs, all expenses deducted. "Everything this lady possessed was sold?" inquired Lecoq. "Everything." "And what is the name of this brother of hers?" "Watchau, also. The Baroness had probably married one of her relatives. Until last year her brother occupied a very prominent diplomatic position. I think he now resides at Berlin." Certainly this information would not seem to indicate that the auctioneer had been tampered with, and yet Lecoq was not satisfied. "It is very strange," he thought as he walked toward his lodgings, that whichever side I turn in this affair, I find mention of Germany. The murderer comes from Leipsic. Madame Milner must be a Bavarian, and now here is an Austrian baroness." It was too late to make any further inquiries that evening, and Lecoq went to bed. But the next morning, at an early hour, he resumed his investigations with fresh ardor. There now seemed only one remaining clue to success: the letter signed Lacheneur, which had been found in the pocket of the murdered soldier. This letter, judging from the half effaced heading at the top of the note paper, must have been written in some cafe on the Boulevard Beaumarchais. To discover which precise cafe would be mere child's play, and indeed the fourth landlord to whom Lecoq exhibited the letter recognized the paper as his. But neither he, nor his wife, nor the young lady at the counter, nor the waiters, nor any of the customers present at the time, had ever once heard mention made of this singular name, Lacheneur. And now what was Lecoq to do? Was the case utterly hopeless? Not yet. Had not the spurious soldier declared that this Lacheneur was an old comedian? Seizing upon this frail clue as a drowning man clutches at the merest fragment of the floating wreck, Lecoq turned his steps in another direction, and hurried from theater to theater, asking everyone from doorkeeper to manager, "Don't you know an actor named Lacheneur?" Alas! one and all gave a negative reply, at times indulging in some rough joke at the oddity of the name. And when anyone asked the young detective what the man he was seeking was like, what could he reply? His answer was necessarily limited to the virtuous Toinon's phrase, "I thought him a very respectable looking gentleman." This was not a very graphic description, however, and besides, it was rather doubtful what a woman like Polyte Chupin's wife might mean by the word respectable. Did she apply it to the man's age, to his personal aspect, or to his apparent fortune? Sometimes those whom Lecoq questioned would ask what parts this comedian of his was in the habit of playing, and then the young detective could make no reply whatever. He kept for himself the harassing thought that the role now being performed by the unknown Lacheneur was driving him, Lecoq, wild with despair. Eventually our hero had recourse to a method of investigation which, strange to say, the police seldom employ, save in extreme cases, although it is at once sensible and simple, and generally fraught with success. It consists in examining all the hotel and lodging house registers in which the landlords are compelled to record the names of their tenants, even should the latter merely sojourn under their roofs for a single night. Rising long before daybreak and going to bed late at night, Lecoq spent all his time in visiting the countless hotels and furnished lodgings in Paris. But still and ever his search was vain. He never once came across the name of Lacheneur. And at last he began to ask himself if such a name really existed, or if it were not some pseudonym invented for convenience. He had not found it even in Didot's directory, the so-called Almanach Boiton, where one finds all the most singular and absurd names in France, those which are formed of the most fantastic mingling of syllables. Still, nothing could daunt him or turn him from the almost impossible task he had undertaken, and his obstinate perseverance well nigh developed into monomania. He was no longer subject to occasional outbursts of anger, quickly repressed, but lived in a state of constant exasperation, which soon impaired the clearness of his mind. No more theories or ingenious deductions, no more subtle reasoning. He pursued his search without method and without order, much as Father Absinthe might have done when under the influence of alcohol. perhaps he had come to rely less upon his own shrewdness than upon chance to reveal to him the substance of the mystery, of which he had as yet only detected the shadow. Section 30. Recording by Don Evans. www.donmevans.com